Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Loaded.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's put our living stereo stylus in this groove.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A very good evening from the Asia Poker Arena, coming to you live. We are here at the Asian Poker Tour Taipei 2024. We've had an incredible day of poker in the form of the final day of the Superstar Challenge, the $25,000 buy-in that crowned a winner in the form of none other than Mr. Elke. But now we're moving on to an even bigger event. We have the National Cup, the $10,000 Taiwanese dollar, that is, buy-in. That's just 310 US. That's led to an incredible 2,305 entries, leading to an incredible first place prize of 93,000 US dollars. Once again, that's off a $300
Let's
buy-in.
do the maths quickly. So what's the multiplier here?
300 times.
Bloody hell.
Well, it's going to be a fun one. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined as always by Stephen Lai, and we will be bringing you the final table. We are down to 9 players, all of them guaranteed at least 7.8 thousand USD. There you have it. The average big blind's a bit lower, 19 big blinds. That's because of large field. Unique structure, by the way. We had 5% of the field qualify each of the 5 flights and come down to play the final day today. There is the payout, 7,800 guaranteed to all 9 as we move our way up to that incredible almost 3 million Taiwanese dollar score. This is life-changing score for these players who bought in for $300. I had the ability to look up some of their previous results on Hendenmob. I mean, this is already the career-defining score for most of them. It's going to be an incredible day for someone out there.
Wow, this is the absolute...
Hello and welcome to the final day of the APT National Cup. We are down to our final table. Let's go ahead and meet our 9 finalists. In seat number 9, from Taiwan with 5.6 million in chips, please welcome Chen Ting Jie. Welcome Chen Ting Jie, rocking the beige hoodie, making his way down here. Love to see it, coming in with a calm composure. How are you today, sir? Very good. Excellent. In seat number 8. From Hong Kong, 8.9 million in chips. Please welcome Chung Kwan. Another calm demeanor, making his way up here to the live stream table. Welcome, welcome, and take your seat. In seat number 7. From Taiwan, a whopping almost 13 million in chips. Please give it up for Sai Chung Un. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see it. Love the earrings. I gotta get me some of those. In seat number 6, from Hong Kong, 6.5 million in chips. It's Yuan Ka Chun. Lots of Taiwanese and Hong Kong representation at this final table. And not up next in seat 5 from Taiwan, 4 million in chips. It's Lu Sheng Chang. Right in the center of the table. Welcome to seat number 5. And now in seat number 4, representing Hong Kong, 3.3 million in chips. Coming in as our short stack ninja, it's Leung Yu Young. Sponsored by Nike. In seat number 3, Taiwan, coming in as our chip leader with 15 million in chips. It's Lu Quan Long of Taiwan. And up next, also from Taiwan, in seat number 2, 5.8 million in chips. It's Chang Po Chun. Welcome, welcome. Lovely to see so many players from Taiwan right here in Taipei. And last but not least, the lone man from Philippines, 6.2 million chips. It's Dexter Brillo. Welcome, welcome. Give it up one more time for your finalists at the APT National Cup. And up next, folks, I would like to welcome our dealer. Welcome. No poker table is complete without a dealer. And so welcome, welcome. Lovely to see you. This is a lovely Qi Pao. Nice to see you. We'll do a little spin. Oh, you look so lovely. Thank you so much. Here, have a seat. We like to represent the culture of the city or country that we're in, and we do that in what the traditional clothing of the dealers wear. And so our dealers here in Taiwan are wearing the Qi Paos. Folks, we've got a really exciting final table. Don't go anywhere. And now I will throw it back to our commentators in the commentator booth.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you so much, Greg. Great introduction, as always, of not just the players, but the lovely dealer. As we see an incredible shot of the packed Asia Poker Arena, one of the 2 venues here for APT Taipei 2024. We're about to shuffle up and deal. As you can see, the players are getting settled in. 5 players from Taiwan, I believe. Hong Kong, Stephen, your home country, well represented. 3 players. And of course, Dexter Brillo, the last player to sit down at the table in seat 1. From the Philippines. This is going to be a fun one, and also an interesting contrast to what we had streaming earlier today, the Superstar Challenge.
I was going to say, because this, the first of all, 300x is the multiplier is amazing. It doesn't happen very much. It's the main event of the WSOP or something like that, you get 300x plus. But this is amazing. $300 to get in, and you can win over 90,000 USDs. You cannot complain about that. Secondly, I was seeing the wide shot of the venue. You can see 2 flights of the Mystery Bounty event is still in action. So tomorrow, we're going to see some very interesting shouting and screaming when they're drawing from the box for their Mystery Bounties. But at the same time, tomorrow we'll be streaming the Super High Roller event, so I'm sure in the background we'll hear a lot of screaming because of the Mystery Bounty.
Yeah, and in case anybody's unfamiliar, just explain to the audience how the Mystery Bounty works, Stephen.
Oh, so basically a normal bounty event is the fixed amount. There's a fixed amount for a bounty. When you knock someone out, you win a bounty. But in the Mystery Bounty format, they mix all the bounty amounts together and randomize different prices. So if you knock someone out, you go and do a lucky draw and draw a bounty out of the box. So it just adds that little bit of excitement, despite what poker players keep telling you that they are analytical and it's not about luck, it's not about lucking out. They do like to have a punt. Back to the table. Pocket nines. It's a pretty standard open from Long from Taiwan. Yang is just folded. Ooh, folded a suited ace. He's nursing a short stack. Jason Yuan. That's our friend, another friend of ours from Hong Kong. King 7 folds. Zai, also from Taiwan, shared a surname with the previous president of this land. Folded as well. Cheng Kwan from Hong Kong with 20 big blinds. Decided to defend his big blind with ace 8 off. Let's see the flop. Flop comes an ace, always an ace. Ace 5-5. It's going to be a check from Cheng Kwan. And then we'll see what Long from Taiwan is going to do. No. They just love to prove me wrong. A lovely dong bet from the big blind. Ace 5-5.
This is the beauty of the National Cup, Stephen. You're going to see some unorthodox play. That's what's going to keep it fun.
Well, it's already fun. Hand number 1. Turn to 4. Don't think it helps anyone. Long is still looking for the 2 9s in the deck. 5% equity. Bets again. That's 1 million. 1 million is only 2.5 big blinds.
And just for some context, 30,000 was the starting stack. Blinds now 200,000, 400,000. That's what happens when you have 5 flights with over 2,300 players. Bit of a blank on the river considering the action. Cheng has managed to get 2 streets of value. Checks now, does have a kicker that beats the board at least. Gets the good news. Quan Cheng drawing first blood at this final table. Getting his stack above the 10 million mark. Gonna feel good about that. There you have it. 2 chip leaders now up top. 8 big. Shortest stack. Yu Lung, seed 4 from Hong Kong. Stephen, I believe you were mentioning he's a fireman?
Yeah, that's his daytime job.
That's awesome.
I know.
And he's already locked up 7.8 thousand USD. Nice little...
He's actually had a few good scores actually in the past 18 months. If you have a look at his Hendon mob, he's been very consistent, I must say. You know, every series I see him play in Taiwan, he doesn't go very far. He just comes to Taipei to play, and every time he plays in the series, he always final table once or twice. So, not quite enough to quit his day job, but you know, very, very solid.
Well, we always need firemen. I'd be happy for him to have dual careers.
I think he wants to be a poker player more, perhaps.
Yeah, don't we all sometimes when we're playing, especially as a hobby, but to your point, he's amassed over 71,000 USD in total live earnings.
It's not bad, huh?
Not bad at all. Certainly adding to that total here, and might just supersede it if he can spin it up. Currently the shortest stack, but once again, top price today, 93,000 US. Interesting spot. Kao getting busy from the cutoff with a weak ace. Cheng now with a better ace. Certainly a school of thinking. But 3-betting this, not respecting the late position open. Also, there is ICM pressure. Especially for a small buy-in tournament like this, each pay jump is so many buy-ins. The very next one would be about 7 to 8 buy-ins.
I think the consideration here is Jason, as I call him Jason, seat number 6. Jason is quite short stacked. So if we 3-bet him, you pretty much have to call off when he rejams. And is ace-8 a good combo to do that?
It's tricky, I think. Ace-8 might be one of the few hands where you could 3-bet and fold, maybe.
Or if he's got that game plan, that's good.
Works out perfectly for now.
So I got a lot more background information on these Hong Kong players because obviously I've seen them play a lot. Jason, he's Western educated, spent a lot of time in the US. Very good player actually. He likes to play the mixed games, which is it's very cool.
He has about 34,000 on his end mob.
But they go, wow, a lot of chips.
So as soon as he comes 3rd place or better, he will, in one fell swoop, exceed his lifetime tournament earnings. As usual, especially in a big field MTT like this, I expect the players will take some time to settle in. I'm sure this is the first time many of them are on a feature table, much less a final table, especially playing for stakes like this. Having had this experience of having my first big final table, especially off a smaller buy-in, I can imagine the lights are a bit too intimidating right now. The
I was
stakes.
going to say, when you're at the cashier, when you're at the registration desk, signing up for a $300 tournament, you really didn't expect to be on TV.
You don't let yourself believe that you might be. Might go all the way.
And this is the beauty of the APT. You have the whole spectrum.
Actually, there's an added twist. This event wasn't even on the streaming schedule, so you certainly did not expect to be on TV. And here they are.
Well, we certainly didn't expect to be streaming this event. But we are very happy to be doing this because, this is even more...
Oh, yeah.
What's the word for it? I was going to say dreamy, comparing to the Superstar Challenge. This is like making a dream come true.
I'll be honest, I've had enough of the All-Stars, the Superstars, the Elkies, the Espins, the Dannies. Bring on, you know how they say in American politics, bring on the real America. This is the real APT. Not the creme de la creme elite echelon of stakes that you and I will never dream of. I want to imagine myself 300xing my $300 buy-in. And one of these players on the screen is going to do exactly that.
But of course, this being such a big event, big field, being played over a very short period of time, the levels, the duration of each level are a little bit shorter and quicker, respectively. We are expecting these players to battle it out for maybe up to 3.5, 4 hours. But it's going to give us a good taste of how good they are at this final table.
Well, 30-minute levels, but the average big blind currently is hovering around the 20 big blind mark. So with stacks being a little bit shallow, do expect some of them to start going in. But I have to say, once again, coming back to how this is a big stage for a lot of these players. If you look up their Henan mob, sometimes you'll find scores as low as 2,000 in terms of lifetime earnings. So this is as big a stage as it gets for a lot of them. As a result, people will be a little more hesitant putting their tournament life on the line, perhaps, as they get warmed up.
I'm guessing this is going to be a little bit similar to the All-Star Challenge on Thursday night.
That's right.
So that will be, it will play out kind of the same kind of speed.
People seem to be falling in love with their aces. Chen decides to let this one go. Dexter Brillo, who, by the way, has some family support in chat, or perhaps, I'm assuming here, but Renzo Brillo in chat says, Team Brillo, let's go. Let's go indeed.
Well, I've got 2 fans coming to join the stream. Hello Andy, hello Roy. 大家好，香港嘅朋友大家好。Hello hello。
No surprise.
还
No
有
surprise.
台湾的朋友啊，应该很多台湾的朋友来看。Welcome our Taiwanese viewers. Tell us more about the players from Taiwan in the comment section.
David Ko in chat, right up top, says, believe it or not, Chen will win the title. That's seat 9, I believe, the player from Taiwan. Ting Chen. Coming in a middle stack.
What's the reason behind it?
Yeah, David, let us know why you're so confident.
Are you picking them like you pick lottery numbers?
Nah, David Ko seems pretty confident. Has to be something to it. Chen's lifetime earnings, by the way, also hovering around the 37k mark. Certainly fairly accomplished. His best life cash already exceeded. Was $6,000 before this, now guaranteed 7.8. It's got to be a good feeling. Back to the action, by the way. Cheng, with his loose open, 10-7 suited from the cutoff, has flopped an open-ender. Pretty good result. And Po, who defended King 6 off, understandably in the big, has to let this one go. He's now going to hover around the 10 big blind range.
And least we forget about our fans on Facebook. I see Jackson, Alex, and Albert watching. Hello, 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 大家好. They're here to support Jason, apparently.
Very cool.
So in previous streams, we've always had a few Indians playing. This time, you know, we don't see many yet.
I have a feeling they're probably coming in now. I saw Nikita Luther just come in. She's, of course, part of the Natural 8 India team. But it does mean with the weekend now hitting, today is Saturday, with some of the bigger events of the series, including the main event, kicking off in a couple of days. In terms of scheduling, for those who can't play the full schedule, I suspect that's when we'll see the contingent come in.
What do you think is the optimal length of a poker series? What do you reckon?
Wow, that's a great question. Well, I'm partial to having the variety of events that we now have at the APT. So frankly, the more the merrier. Just give people the choice to pick and choose what they want. And the APT is interesting too, because Taipei goes to show that it's not like the first half of the series will be not as liquid, you know, with guarantees not being met and events being too small. Just look at this. We had 2,305 entries to this event, and it started basically on day 1. So, you know, I'm in favor of exactly what we're doing here. Give options. Let people figure out their own schedule. What about you? You have a number in mind?
I would say for something the size of the APT, 10 days. 10 days is a good one.
10 days? That used to be...
So spanning across 2 weekends.
Right.
So you get, you know, maybe you even get like 2 sets of different players coming in.
That's right. That was the APT formula for a long time. And we just added
A few days.
a few Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays before the 2 weekends. And look what we got out of it, Steven. Today is Saturday. We've had 3 incredible days of poker, 2 incredible days of streams already. So we look at the National Cup to close out the 3rd one.
So I'm sending this stream to some of Jason's friends in Hong Kong.
Flush draw versus ace high here. Every bet seems so big. 750,000 is the bet. Once again, the starting stack for this tournament is 30,000, so the blind level demanding essentially 12 entries.
12 heads.
12 heads, 13 to be precise, 13 and a half skulls or souls every time you post a blind. Not to mention double that for the big blind ante.
So during the break between the Superstar Challenge and the beginning of the stream, I actually went back to the hotel room and did my laundry. dried everything, did a bit of ironing, and then had a plate of rice.
Wait.
Guess how much that cost me? Like doing the laundry, drying the laundry, had a bit of lunch, a bit
Oh.
of dinner.
Wow, that's a lot of productivity. Firstly, let me commend you on that. 20 USD seems a fair guess.
200 Taiwanese dollars.
Oh, that's much lesser. That's like 6 USD.
No, it's fantastic.
Incredible. You're also, to be fair, used to Hong Kong, which is notoriously expensive.
Yeah. But still, I mean, in a very modern city, we're talking, first world standard city,
Yeah.
200 Taiwanese dollars to have dinner and to complete the laundry is, I think it's very,
Stephen.
very, very economical.
Come to India. I'll hook you up for $1, I swear to God.
Is that right?
If you put your mind to it, you probably could. You just need to take a tuk-tuk instead of an Uber.
Right?
And by the way, there's Uber tuk-tuk, right?
What?
Yeah,
No.
they call autos in India. You can get an
Really?
auto on Uber. Yeah, it's really convenient, actually. In fact, one of the most modern cities in India, which is the tech hub, Bangalore, is extremely auto rickshaw, as they call it, a tuk-tuk friendly. And that was my first experience because in New Delhi, where I'm from, distances are too much. But in Bangalore, everybody takes an Uber auto. And it's great because then it's like you don't need to hail anyone. It's just waiting downstairs for you. It's fantastic. So yeah,
And
if you take a
it's-
tuk-tuk,
and it's a tuk-tuk like you get in Bangkok. kind
yeah,
of.
pretty much. And yeah, you could probably do everything you described for $1.50. I'd get you.
Beautiful. Right, it's developing into a bit of a messy hand. UTG opens, King Queen suited, +3. Cheng Kwan from Hong Kong decides to flat with his suited ace. Dexter's folding.
So quiet. And
It's a little bit loose on the
I was gonna say.
on the +3. So Yang is folding as well.
You're from Hong Kong? All like from Taipei.
Some tools.
Okay, so someone's striking up a conversation with Yang. The handsome fireman from Hong Kong. Flop comes King Queen 8, top 2. Liu Sheng Chang is way ahead here, but unlikely to get paid because there's no heart on board, and Cheng Kwan is not going to be able to continue most of the time. Decides to check. Bit of a dirty check here. A little bit trappy. Turns the queen to give him a full house. Beautiful. So now even pocket 8 is not going to be able to beat him. He's practically holding the nuts.
That's a good feeling. Big final table. Short stack.
Well, the only nuts I'm likely to be holding would be a back of pistachio.
That's not where I thought you were going.
I've changed. I'm a new man.
Certainly are, Stephen.
It's only the 3rd day. Wait for it. There you go. Liu Shang Chang takes a nice little pot. Everyone is a little bit short stack. You know, the chip leader is only holding 36 big blinds. And Yang is desperate for a double up with only 6 big blinds. And he is obliged to post a small blind in the next hand. But they are, it's quite fast-paced, isn't it? They're not really tanking. They're just doing things, pretty swiftly, making good decisions, but not overly kind of in love with the camera, shall we say.
And not overly tight either. I mean, let's think back to the two people in the frame right now. The ace-3 cutoff open, the ace-8 3-bet.
Yep.
That is indicative of the tone of the match here. It's going to be a fun one.
Suppose you kind of have to play quite loose to get to where they are with this kind of structure.
That's a great point. It's a bit fast, the structure. I would love to hear some day one stories, considering you're playing down to 5% of the field and guessing it got fairly sweaty.
There were 5 day one flights for the National Cup. So I was talking to some of my friends who played the day 1A, and he said, "Oh yeah, I qualified." I said, "Oh, well done. Good stuff." No, I qualified for day 1B.
That's a great one.
And I went to see him again. "Oh yeah, I made it day 1C. I'm like, "Oh wow, come on." Eventually he played 3 bullets over 5 flights.
Well, you don't get this massive
3
pool.
bullets each.
3 bullets each?
Yeah, 15 bullets. They still couldn't make it to day 2.
Oh my word. By the way, talking about people being in love with aces, the ace 6 has jammed from the small blind. Understandable, given the stack depth.
Easy call. But at the same time, Chang is quite short stacked with only 12 big blinds, but he's going to call off. A lot of chops. Lots of chops. Ace 6 versus ace 5.
I had 7 deuce, I almost pushed.
Let's have a look. There is a 5. Did I say something about a lot of chops?
Uh-oh.
Booyakasha.
Lou is taking it well, but this is a bit brutal.
By the way, the photo is quite interesting because it's the same guy. Master of Disguise.
Yeah, minor graphical error. We were informed by the production team.
Okay, well done, Mr. Young. Mr. Leung. Good game. Taking home 7,000 American dollars. Not bad.
Hand number 7, we have our first elimination. And I think that pressure bubble, that tension bubble, bursts a little bit after the first elimination as well. You get to the TV table, you have sort of gotten accustomed to whatever you're guaranteed. You want to make that next pay ladder before maybe getting too frisky. So with that first elimination, everybody now, by the way, guaranteed 10,000 USD. Nice little milestone. That's a 32x return on your money right there.
I think my WhatsApp messages are buzzing with lots of people supporting Jason.
We're obviously never biased here in the booths, but anytime there's a clear underdog, we do let our emotions take the best of us. And in this case, I'm going to count the ones who either don't have a hand in mob or have maybe $700 on their hand in mob, like seat number 3, the player from Taiwan, Quan. Very curious to see where they end up. These are just career-defining scores. Meanwhile, back to the game. The under the gun open, not getting any respect. Chang makes it 2 million to go. Bit of a click too. Sai with the ace-7 of diamonds. 2x'd it. So 2 bigs was his raise. And Quan just decides to make it 4 bigs. Pretty much ensuring he doesn't get a fold. Bit of a misstep, I'd say. You want to have some fold equity with your 3 bets. Pick up a lot of the dead money. No doubt getting used to the new blind level and the sizing. It's also task linked with one of the chip leaders.
No, no, Taiwan. Taiwan is big. There's a Hong Kong guy.
Dexter is talking to the table. There's a Hong Kong guy, he says. Yes, there is. There are two, in fact. Chen Quan at seat number 8. Just 3-bet pre-flop at the +1 position versus a pretty loose open from UTG. Decides to call. So here we go.
We were happy when
It's a 10 big blind pot to see the flop, considering the stack sizes are a little bit small. I don't think we are going to see much micro sizing. You know, the whole 10 big blinds over 3 streets thing going on.
We did just see a micro 3-bet though, so you never know.
But look at the pot, the size of the pot.
5 million, 10 bigs.
Yeah, 10 bigs.
After a 3-bet.
Well, true.
Not something you see every day.
Check, check. Turns to 3. Both players thinking, ooh, a gut shot would be nice.
Well, double gut shot for Sai.
I was going to say, but Sai was like, no, but I can get the nut straight here.
I think he has the right amount of equity to start firing, considering the check on the flop. Juan's hand is a bit face up. Almost all overpairs are obliged to c-bet there in position. Juan is basically saying, I have 2 overs. I have maybe pocket 10s every once in a while. Or something very, very tricky. This bet is hefty. Also sets up a nice little river jam from an SPR perspective. A call here would essentially lead to a 1 SPR. Sub 1 actually effective for Quan.
Fan 迎台湾的朋友啦。今天晚上我们有5个台灣嘅朋友在呢個 final table， 亦都歡迎香港嘅朋友啊！我哋而家剩翻阿 Jason 啦，同埋阿鄭關啊，打緊呢個 final table 嘅。咁呢個比賽犀利啦，個獎金冠軍係有300x 嘅，300倍拜現嘅獎金，因為成個比賽有2300幾人參加。Welcome to other viewers from around the world. And I can speak 3 languages, and this table is...
I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed.
Got the 3.
Although I have to say in my ignorance, I know you were speaking
Mandarin and
Mandarin
Cantonese. Yes.
and Cantonese, but it's tough to tell when you switched.
Maybe because my Mandarin accent is so bad that it sounded like Cantonese.
At least umangat na. Tinataga ko nga eh. Para bumalon eh. Para umangat yung ano eh, di ba? Bahala sila magbakbakan.
Poker Battle GK says GG. Well, there's only been 1 GG so far. That's Young, a fireman from Hong Kong, who finished 9th for 7,000 American dollars. Pocket 6 is just folded. Wow. Don't know what happened there. Dexter was too late to reach the table. His hand got auto-mucked. Gets to the button. Liu Sheng Chang with a Jack 4 suited. 16 big blinds. Folds. Jason with only 9 big blinds. 10-4 off. Could be a limp here or a fold. I don't think anyone would be too upset by that fold. can wait for a better spot, considering he was only the small blind. That means he will have to wait at least 8 or 7 hands before he needs to post any more blinds. 9 big blinds. There are 4 players at the 10 big blind or below line. So they are all desperate for a double up. Sponsored by Natural 8 Asian Poker Tour. For more information, please visit apt.poker. apt.poker.
The next pay jump, $4,000 US. Everybody now guaranteed. Nice little 5-figure USD score. But the pay jumps are getting serious. 4,000 is the next one, 5 the one after that, 6 the one after, and so on.
Was 4,000 American dollars in terms of buy-ins? That was 13 buy-ins?
13 buy-ins.
Ooh, that's a big pay jump, isn't it?
From 8 to 7. 7th place, that is.
Massive.
If you think back to the stream we just covered, the Superstar Challenge, the pay jump from 2nd place to 1st place, which is obviously going to be the biggest pay ladder, was just 4 buy-ins. And here, 8th place to 7th place is 13 buy-ins. Let me just take a quick look. 2nd place to 1st place here, 130 buy-ins. Oh my, oh my.
When you look at those numbers in terms of buy-ins, we know the ICM pressure is extremely high. Still, there are 4 players at or below 10 big blinds. I'll call those danger zoned players. 3 kinds of chips are in play, the smallest being 25,000. The black biscuit, as I call them, 100,000, and the yellow biscuit, 250,000.
Those are the ones you want. Just saw somebody grab a huge stack. I believe that was seat 5. Shang Lu.
So basically, each green chip is a buy-in, isn't it? Almost.
Oh, that's right.
Aces. Hello, hello, hello.
Well, he's putting those biscuits to work, those bricks as I like to call them sometimes. The yellow ones, of course, 250k a piece, so the raise is 4 of them, 1 million. Standard 2 PB open. Would love to see some action from the blinds. Queen deuce is fairly ugly. Pawn gives up the small king 6 suited. Certainly a theoretical defensive hand from the big. Could have some ideas as well, considering he has just 7 bigs. Frankly, all options on the table. Raise would be a bit out there. There we go. 6 or a king would get him into a fair amount of trouble. The SPR has approached almost 1. So chat, once again, we're looking for stories for these guys. Obviously, a lot of them new to the screen. Never mind. King 6-8 is the board. A dream scenario to double up. Outflops the aces. Surely this goes bet, jam, call.
I don't see any other way of getting to this final table without having to bad beat a few players.
There's the bet. Here comes the jam.
That's it. And
Will
here
soon
comes
come the call. And by the way, the bad beat could go the other way as well. 29% equity.
It's true.
The classic 2-pair versus overpair, plus of course the backdoor flush draw gives that extra 2-3%. So ace is not in as rough shape as it might appear.
An 8 or any ace.
Or running pairs.
Oh,
Those are the worst ones. Never forget about the running pairs. I've been clearly burnt before.
he just called this micro-sizing. 800k.
Interesting. My prediction goes awry, but fair play from Chen. Did not want to lose his customer.
Always a spade. Always a spade on the turn.
Look at those outs. The equity actually went up 36% now. We have run out of space officially on the outs counter. Running into the player's remaining graphic. Any spade, any 7, any 8, any ace. And good discipline by Chen, by the way. Checks again. A lot of players in his shoes would dong jam there, afraid of the spades.
It's quite a scary card though, you know, the 7 of spades. Or the straight got there.
There we go. Lou goes all in. Chen should insta-call.
Yeah.
And it's up to the poker gods now.
36%.
A third of the deck. Chen, fairly accomplished. $37,000 in lifetime earnings. Has locked up 10,000 more. Could be on his way to eyeing that 93,000 top prize as long as one of those 16 outs don't hit the river here. The dealer taking her time, setting it up for the shot. There's a 9, safe one.
Ooh. Cannot complain. So now he shoots up to 18 big blinds out of the danger zone, dragging Lu Sheng Chang into the danger zone. Let's look at the chip count. We still have 4 players at or below 10 big blinds, including my fellow countryman Jason in the white hoodie.
Aces crack.
Yep, aces cracked is quite a normal occurrence.
I think he was asking for the bonus.
Oh,
Aces crack bonus. Unfortunately, not a part of this tournament. Dinesh in chat says, hello everyone. Hello Dinesh.
and there's something else I'm pretty bad at, which is I always assume that poker players come from Taiwanese poker players come from Taipei, which is not true.
Dinesh in chat asking, who is dealer? May I know her name? No, you may not, Dinesh.
Oh, I was going to say her name.
We'll shout her out at some point.
I shall
not in
follow your lead.
Not in response to chat. You got to be here, Dinesh. That's the key. He'd happily introduce you. And it's still not too late. 9 days.
Do you think he's a real Indian, or he's just got an Indian surname?
Yeah, he's a real Indian. Dinesh Singh is an aggressively Indian name.
All right, pocket aces and now pocket eights. Will someone call off this 10 big blind jam?
It's not going to be Chen, that's for sure.
Okay, that's a fold.
And it's not going to be Dexter either. Dexter now getting pretty short. Had to post the blind and the ante. It's down from 10 to 8 bigs.
Don't be too sad about it.
I think showing when you fold a bad hand on the blinds in a very remorseful way, I'm not sure what to call it, but that's a player type. You know what I mean? There's some players who are just like, move on to the next one. But the others, they want people to empathize with them. They want people to know that they would have loved to call, but the poker gods just completely look the other way, and the next time you go all in, I'm certainly calling. I don't know what that's about.
Okay, so I'm going for the consequentialist questioning here. So how do you behave towards players like that? What's your strategy against
Oh,
that kind of player type?
I'm jamming wider. I don't know why. I think it's a sign of weakness. It's usually that standard weak is strong, strong is weak kind of thing. I think what they're trying to say, to the extent it's strategic at all, it's like I would call. I'll call pretty light, in fact.
Only if I had a queen, right?
Yeah, if only had something better. This is just so bad that I can't call. But the next time you do it, I'm calling. And I think that's usually just like any other thing. It's strong is weak, weak is strong, which is to say you're usually projecting the opposite. Unless you're thinking on a deeper level, you're giving off fake tells. So to me, they're trying to represent strength. I would take it as weakness, and I would try to pounce more. That's just me. How about yourself?
The reason why I asked is because I occasionally show my big blind folds. I kind of go, oh, well, 4 high. What do you want me to do about it? And I just do it because just to keep the table entertained.
I get that. I was going to guess that it sort of builds camaraderie.
Yeah,
which
that's usually why I do it.
Oh, wait just a minute. Dexter, by the way, has decided to shove 5 deuce suited. That is some street poker. Good timing, too. Chang is forced to fold. Pretty risky, high variance play, but it works out. Bold stuff. Dexter, as a result now, no longer the shortest stack. But coming back to you, I think building camaraderie also, slightly strategic. I think players tend to be a bit nicer towards you if you've sort of built those relationships. Not to be cynical, of course. Part of playing live poker is to just build camaraderie, period. But I'm sure you know it works out in your favor sometimes. So I didn't mean to call you out there.
No.
I certainly...
That's why I was curious. That's why I asked you. Because in fact, quite often I do it. Never really showing, of course, like a jack high or anything like that. When it's like 8-3.
When it's really bad.
When
yeah.
you can't call. They're just going to go, oh, well, look at that.
Are you a big card squeezer?
No. I wouldn't see them very quickly so that I can make a decision.
Get it over with.
Yes. But okay, I'm going to disclose a bit of information about my strategy. When I see a deuce, I give up 80%. So the first guy's a deuce, 75% of the time, I just can't go, well, this is not it.
The deuce is certainly a hand killer in any high card poker games.
Give me aces, please. Oh my.
Dexter asking for aces, getting the 7-3 of spades. Close enough. Lets it go.
You'd be quite ambitious to call with queen 10 off with a 6 big blind stack.
It has been limped, by the way, which is what's making this hand a bit interesting. Very, very advanced stuff from Quan. Oh my!
He's jamming.
Bo decides to attack.
He's going for the Bob Marley route. I'm jamming.
And surely Quan checked with the intention of calling off the small jam. Ace 10 is just so strong. Needs to call about a third of his stack.
You have the question why he was limping if he didn't call off in 6 big blind jam.
It's not really a very drawing hand anyway, Ace 10 off. It's a great situation he's found himself in, if he can click the call button, as they say. He'd be dominating his opponent.
Yep, that's a call. Yeah, I call. Isn't it? Twice. He scored twice. He's hoping to win 2 pots.
Well, there we go. Makes the right decision. Tat in chat, by the way, said that
Queen 10 versus
Cheng Kwan play well.
Ace 10.
Certainly
It's Taiwan versus Taiwan.
seems to have put himself in a very favorable
You wanna
position.
have a commentator.
You are the
Yeah, be the commentator now because we're too quiet.
Something about us? Something about the commentators?
I'm happy to let them take over.
I thought it was a queen. There are the APT commentators.
King
I'm
of
going
Spades.
to apply
King of
next
Spades as
time.
well.
Feel free to apply, by the
You
way.
have,
Coming back to the booth.
9. You need a 9. You need a 9. You need a 9.
And a queen. That's neither.
Thank you for making
Thank you,
us,
he says.
I like that. GG, sir. You lose Mr. Po Chang in 8th place. That's good for 10,000 USD. Not a bad day at the office for a $300 buy-in. And there were 7.
Quiet.
So now Lu Sheng Chang has been dragged into the short stacked world with 13 big lines.
7. We are already at 450. Wow. I can buy a lot of souvenirs here in Taiwan.
Yes. The prize money, you can buy a lot of souvenirs in Taiwan. That is correct.
My lucky dealer. I like what I do. Thank you. Huh.
Dealer change. A huge shout out, by the way, as usual, to the incredible dealers.
This is live. Are we allowed to like shout out to our family in Philippines like that?
Yes, you can shout out
Are
to
we
your
allowed
family
to say
in
that?
the Philippines.
Are
Go
we
on,
allowed to
do it
promote
for
our
me.
businesses?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Just speak into the microphone and be like.
Okay.
And
Next time you go to the Philippines, this final table crew, you're free to. I'll give you a free room accommodation in my resort. Okay.
Where's your result?
And
Dexter
later,
is
Dulag
saying
later
he has a resort.
okay.
Where? Where?
Dulag later. It's in the Philippines.
老板说那边招待。
Camp Bristol. So,
There we go.
you
Very
guys want
generous.
to go to Manila?
I heard Jason said, yeah, I'm sure Stephen
I'll
will
take
repeat
care
what
of
you
it.
said on the stream. That's why I was repeating it.
Okay, so did I gather that correct? Jason, sorry, Dexter.
Just don't
Yeah.
bust me out, okay?
Okay, there's a condition. Very generously offering
Wow.
the whole final table an invitation to his resort in the Philippines. Does add the qualifier at the end.
As long as you don't bust me.
Meanwhile, Pocket Rockets have entered the building under the gun.
Jason,
Ah,
Jason from Hong Kong. Short
lucky dealer,
stack.
please. Next hand. This is my seat.
Jason who runs a poker club part-time in Hong Kong.
Okay, so clearly his Hendon mob is one thing, but he has plenty of poker experience to rely on. No action though. One of the more bittersweet feelings in poker. Scooping up the blinds with pocket aces.
I'll take it.
So where about in Philippines?
In Manila.
Manila.
You played in Manila?
No, I want to. I never got the chance to.
It's a nice place. There, we have a lot of beaches. El Nido, Boracay,
Yeah,
Camp
right.
Bristol.
Back to
Search
back
that, you Google
aces
that.
and then now
I'll do
kings.
that later.
Uh,
I'll do it later.
Are you single?
No.
You should visit Philippines.
Yeah. My girlfriend's going watching a stream.
I'm listening.
My bad, my bad,
Okay, operator, milk
my bad.
Jason's mic for me so that they can
We can talk later.
discuss manly topics without Jason's girlfriend listening in.
How much?
Oh, wait just a minute.
So double up.
Don't tell me we're about to lose Dexter as he's doling out invitations. Pocket tens versus the Undergun
If
Open.
I go all in, you will not call, right? Okay, I'm all in. Okay, I'm all in.
Okay,
I
I'm on it.
think we might just be. Should get insta snapped and get the bad news. I think we'll have some words from him to listen to in a moment.
Yes.
Wow. This is the first decent hand I had.
So Dexter saying pocket tens was the first decent hand he's had.
Come on, one time.
One time, Dexter. Or if I one time for you, if I rail you, may I get the invitation to the Philippines resort also.
Ooh.
I have additional outs, 9 or 10.
Exactly.
Clubs are not so good though.
Come on, my lucky dealer, give it to me.
Give it to me.
Ah,
Not yet. Wait for it.
wow.
Oh, not to be. Congratulations.
Nerf
Coming
software.
7th in
Yes.
the National
No, no.
Cup event
Everybody's
at
invited.
APT Taipei is
Good luck.
Dexter Brillo from the Philippines, who is also a very hospitable, very friendly, very generous man who's invited everyone to his resort in the Philippines.
In Manila, to be precise. Seems to have plenty of beaches and single lanes. There you go. We have an out-and-out chip leader now in the form of Zai, of course, but stacks are getting to the point where there's still 2 sub 10 big blind stacks. Things could progress quickly. The average stack hovering around, I want to say, the 25 big blind mark now. Plenty of play left.
So Leo Chen is asking, should pocket tens be folding?
No, sir.
A straight answer is no.
No, sir. Too strong. Sometimes poker gods deal you coolers. When you're short stack and have pocket tens, once in a while your opponent will have the goods in the form of a bigger pocket pair.
Sometimes they only have ace 10.
And I don't mean to sound facetious, but that's why you don't let yourself get short stacked.
Well, most of the time it's not by choice, you know.
Of course not. I just mean that there is actually merit to taking riskier spots to make sure you can handle the variance that will no doubt follow. So it's kind of like saying, are you willing to deal with variance now or later? It's going to happen.
So Leo Chen is following on with this questioning. He said, under the gun open, could it be a final table ICM fold? No, not pocket tens.
Great
Sorry.
question, though. Fair point. Have to respect the undergun open, but it's a fact that, of course, Dexter was one of the shortest stacks, so the ICM considerations more or less go out the window. You also want to give yourself the best chance to win the tournament, and by the way, ICM applies the other way as well, where when the pay jumps are that high, you actually want to think about what gives you the best shot to win, not just the best shot to ladder.
I think if the stack sizes were, you know, with, you know, say 4 really short stacks below 10 big blinds and Dexter having 25 big blinds, maybe that's something we can talk about. Still, after talking about it, you would still call. But with that stack size, there's no folding, I'm afraid. King high versus a pair of nines.
We have Oko in chat saying, CL is my bay. I'm trying to figure out who that is.
Chip lead. Who's a chip lead?
Oh, I see. That'd be Zai, I guess. Tell us more, Oko. I'd love to hear about these players, of course. The National Cup is going to make some all-stars out of these relatively unknown players. Pretty cool to see the likes of the player from Taiwan, Cheng Zai. Does not have a hand in mob result out there. Juan Cheng from Hong Kong, same deal. And Quan Lu from Taiwan also, $773 on his hand and mob. And now guaranteed to add 14,000 to that.
But I have to chip in here because with Romanized Chinese names, there are a lot of repeats. So things are not recorded as well.
That's true. That's true. But we at the APT will make sure this is recorded. And I should correct
Yes,
myself.
yes,
He's
yes.
now guaranteed $19,000.
Jackson Chan is watching on the Facebook platform. Hello, Jackson. Shout out to Ricky Lau, who's here to support Jason. Jason, 加油啊 Ricky 話加油啊 Jason. But it's not really getting like very good cards. You know, he did jam with his aces and got no callers. So 加油 means step on it. Let's go.
Let's go.
The literal translation is to add petrol,
Ah,
like step on the accelerator.
下一个，下一个。
and since you say it perfectly, Steven, how exactly would you say Jason's Chinese name?
Jason Yun.
Yun.
Yun. Yun Gajun. That's his name. Yun Gajun.
Yun Ka-chun.
Yun Gajun.
Chun.
Jun.
I don't think I can do much
With a
better.
J. With a J.
Ah, Chun.
Jun.
Gotcha.
Try it. You can do it. You might even like it.
Yun Ka-chun?
Yes, that's not
I
bad.
don't think I did my best there. I got a little intimidated, to be honest.
Going Rich FKC is asking, is operating a poker club legal in Hong Kong? Yes, it is. If it's a members only club, then people can gather and play poker. There's legal precedence for members only club to have poker games. So yes. Yes, it is. And don't delete your comment. You just did.
Hey, more support from Jason for Jason in the chat. That's great to see. Let's hear some stories about these guys. And while you're here, by the way, to all 261 of you on YouTube and all the rest on Facebook, do give us a like and a subscribe if you can. As a favor if you must, because it really, really helps us. You'd be amazed at how much the algorithm respects those little gestures, and it helps us promote this beautiful game we all love.
Just got some good news from another friend from Hong Kong, having made day 2 of the mystery bounty. 33 big blinds to go into day 2.
Interesting situation. We could have seen a jam. King Jack off in the big blind. 12 bigs effective. Could be a standard spot to rejam. As it happens, he's been flopped near dead against the ace 5 off the chip leader.
It will be a terrible timing to stop and go right there.
So now that you mentioned the mystery bounty, one of the bigger events of the day, once again it's laying down to 14% in the money, so I suspect we have reached that. Started at 11 a.m. today, of course it's about
So
9
day
p.m.
1A has just ended.
Exactly. I do want to do the usual shout-outs to all the fun events we have going on, the mixed games, the lower buy-in events. Of course, we're looking at over 100 plus events at this festival, APT Taipei. So the day started also with a PLO high-low mix. And by the way, when I say mix, I mean 4-card, 5-card, and 6-card. That was a 7 max tournament. Of course, we have the National Cup that we're covering in front of you, the Superstar Challenge that we wrapped up on the stream. Then, of course, the Super High Roller that Steven has been talking about. USD 10,000 was the buy-in. And remind me again how many entries we got?
163, if I wasn't incorrect. Yeah, let's have a look.
That is insane. I mean, thinking back to something like just APT Incheon 4 months ago, we had about 84 entries. There's like a Moore's Law going on with the APT in terms of doubling every 6 months. That is just fantastic to see that traction. But coming back to the fun events, we have a limit triple draw.
Sorry, 137.
137, okay, not bad. Moore's Law was what, 1.5 years? So I'll take anything faster than Moore's Law. Now we have event number 34, which is limit triple draw deuce to 7. Love the ability to play mixed games like this for just the buy-in of $259. Another flight of the Mystery Bounty. And then the turbo stuff begins in the evening. We have No Limit Omaha. High Omaha, that is. Double board.
No limit Omaha double board. Okay, well.
NLO, double board. 2 winners, it says. Then a somewhat, and I should say, by the way, $200 entry for the No Limit Omaha. Then we have a Hyper Turbo, slightly high roller-ish, considering the evening events. $800 is the buy-in there. And then another single draw, and then the classic, TikTok Boom, but this time, thankfully, mercifully, it's not Super Hold'em, just normal No Limit Hold'em, where the levels decrease every hour, starting at 15-minute levels, and then the next hour 10, the next hour 5, and the next hour, and we're not trolling you, 2-minute levels.
And I think in Asia, I cannot, well, I'm sure there'll be other people, but, you know, APT is so, the staff of APT is so well trained that they are able, all the dealers on the floor staff, they're able to spread all sorts of different games. And the product team and the marketing team is so very creative, thinking up different games, promoting different games, just to keep poker interesting. Otherwise, 11 days of strict Hold'em would be a bit dull, don't you think?
Well, I've been to festivals where that was the case, and it was just considered normal because, you know, people could never justify training the staff, to your point, to actually spread the game, having the expertise. But all credit to the APT staff and the dealers themselves. I mean, think back to when Fred, I believe, went around individually teaching many dealers how to deal many games that he himself would have learned very recently. Takes a lot of moving parts to make something like this come together. So I really encourage everybody listening to either currently make the most of it if you're here at the festival, or plan to in the future.
Back to the hand here. The big blind of Long Kun Long is applying the pressure here with a gut shot. Chen Quan is calling with just a pair of nines. Let's see the river. A jack.
Counterfeited.
Wow, still 10 high is good.
Still 10 high is good.
But I think a bet actually will bet him out.
Yeah, 10 high is good, but it doesn't feel good. And Lou, meanwhile, is essentially forced to bet.
Yep. Because he plays the board.
Exactly.
Not even 10 high.
This would be a sexy call.
Well, he does look like a bit of a sexy man. The cheekbones, check him out. Nope. It's a difficult call.
Cannot blame him.
All right, so Liu Quan Long is climbing up to 24 big blinds, followed closely by Chen Quan from Hong Kong. We have 3 players below or on or below 10 big blinds. I think we are approaching a break soonish. I don't know how soon.
I think we're about 30 minutes away.
Okay, not bad.
Oh, actually, you're right, Stephen.
We're
Closer to
approaching a
15
break.
minutes away.
Yeah, we're approaching a break.
21 hands in, 3 eliminations thus far.
I think we are playing 4 more hands before the break.
Things have slowed down a bit in terms of eliminations, but look at this, the 7 big blind stack under the gun. Jack 9 suited. We are playing 6 max, of course.
Got perfect timing. Jason's in the frame with someone leaving a comment saying, Jason, 加油.
Is that the same as
加油.
Gaia with a G?
Yeah.
Let's go. Pump the gas.
Pump the gas. LFG.
I'm not sure he wants to pump the gas right now. What happens sometimes under the gun? Yeah, he commits himself.
No, he's racing 1.7 million.
Would be committing himself, of course, to a jam, but unless there's a lot of action behind. And I was going to say that that big blind plus anti-burden that comes the very next hand makes people loosen up under the gun.
Oh, well, no, it's 2.7. Sorry, I misheard him.
Oh, here we go. We're going to be all in here. We could be down to 5. Jason needs the support from chat because he certainly is going to call this off if it gets back to him. Jack 9 suited is just too good.
Yeah, go on then. Yeah.
Clubs covered as well. Needs a jack or a 9. 34% equity, not bad. 2 live ones. Chat, let's hear it.
Jason, 加油 in Chinese this time. Seems like petrol is cheap. There you go. There is the jack. Fortune flips around. Jason is now at 75% equity. Turns in inconsequential 7. And we'll see the river. Boom. Full house. There you go. A beautiful double up to pull Chen Kuang down into the danger zone with only 9 big blinds heading into the break. Jason, 17 big blinds. Sitting happily third in chips. So we have Cheng Tingji, Chen Kuan, and one more player with only 6 big blinds. Liu Sheng Chang with 6 big blinds. Lacking behind. And the blinds are actually 600,000 right now, which is 20 heads.
20 heads. 30k was the starting stack. Sheng, by the way, currently the shortest stack, came in as the shortest stack, which is 4 million in chips. The Taiwanese player is currently at 6 big blinds. And what a great outcome. He's outlasted 3 of his opponents already, laddering up from 7.8 thousand USD to 19,000 USD. Talk about working that ICM. Great showing thus far. Anytime the shortest stack can climb these many ranks, that's seriously a win.
So Cindy is gayaoing Jason. Thank you, Cindy.
Hey, it worked. Made a boat. Still in the game.
I like the it worked.
It worked 29 minutes ago.
How did it work? So is so a comment on Facebook traveled back in time?
Steven, you put a microscope, nothing looks like itself.
No?
There's no need to overthink it.
Things as they are.
You know we're mostly empty space. I mean, how does that work? Who knows these things? I just know it works.
That's from Oppenheimer.
That's right. There you go.
That's when he was trying to chat his future wife.
I might have been taking notes.
That's when you did that to me. What's this? You used a Oppenheimer chat up line on me. That's
Well, that guy was a ladies' man, it turns out. At least of the movies, to be believed.
well, according to all his biographies, yes. And have you seen photos of him like in real life? Bit of a sexy beast.
Oh, yeah.
And clever to boot.
太多了，而且我不会盖给你我所有的那个。
Well, here you go.
那个
Queen
前面
7,
都跳10
raising it
万
up.
而已
Suited variety
4跳
against the
3
Queen
跳
8.
40几万
Jason just found the nice little double, got a bit lucky.
快40万。前面
You
都
want to put in that
40
extra
万
blind and try and draw with his Queen 8 suited. It certainly is a hand you want to defend from the big.
I was going to say 3 betting would be bad either.
100万完成。Easy to single.
But he took the safe route and got the queen. So it did work, this whole Gayao thing, with time travel added.
Well, don't speak too soon. Liu can still hit a 7. Of course, does have position and arguably the betting lead with the pre-flop open. Checks behind the middle pair.
对啊，你那个
There's an extra
撞到
club for comfort.
他也不会
Not
再
to
给你
mention a card beneath the 7, increasing the chances of Jason scooping this one.
7 of clubs would be sexy.
Well, I can see where your biases lie,
可以
Stephen.
扣了，因为我觉得反正中了是
Hong
闪
Kong player, surprise,
而且我那
surprise.
牌翻后很好打，
Full disclosure,
对吧？种花种双头
I do
顺，
know Jason personally. Good kid.
他们中 A 不打，
That's great, but I should point out, if a player is from Hong Kong, chances are Stephen
我太
knows
想
him
扣了。
personally. Stephen Lai, my fellow co-host here, an OG of the Hong Kong
你那
poker
个秤
scene.
打出来，你就会卷 river 了。
Making me sound very old.
Yeah, but don't forget the G part. Also making you sound G.
Go.
我正好，但是我在想，我太想扣了，因为我觉得你有炸。
Interesting check, by the way, by Jason.
我
Understanding that 2 checks
但如果抓到一
is
个
likely to induce some action, irrespective of whether his opponent had a hand or not. In this case, Liu is betting sort of what they call a merge these days. It's mostly for value, a little bit for protection, very likely to check behind on the river, perhaps. Sort of setting your own price for a showdown.
It's like a turn block bet, isn't it?
Jason, of course, makes the easy call. Middle pair, decent kicker. Backdoor club draw.
你讲太大声，他应该听得到。
Opportunities, as we've been calling them. Deuces, trays. 6 of clubs is the opposite. Jason with the lock, the backdoor clubs, but how to get value?
1 big blind.
Just looks so strong. And
Go
you're
for
right
the-
about 1 big blind, by the way, because it's a block bet that essentially might induce some action.
Learned it from Roman this afternoon. It's got 12 big blinds behind. How much more can you win?
That's a time bank, by the way, that he just threw in there. Replenished at the final table. I suspect, although I'm not 100% sure, I suspect they all have 5 time banks. Buys them a minute after the 30-second shot clock runs out. Problem is, what bluffs do you represent here? What did you call with on the
几
turn
乎没有，
that you're now going to donk out on the river?
4、5、6、7都一样，4、5、6、7、8都一样。
That is not 2 clubs.
700,000.
Close enough to your idea.
900,000. Yeah, it's just very small
要闪
Very,
就是
very cool
3
bet.
4要闪。
block bet. Hand's too good to fold against that bet.
What do you beat, though?
14 BG 了
What calls the turn and donks the river,
快出马。
begging for a call? Very, very nice fold, sir. It's not easy to have this level of discipline.
Go Jason. 加油. Now he's overtaken Liu and has become the second chip lead with 21 big blinds. I think we are approaching a break after this hand. So we're going to play one more hand and then we're going to take a short break, 15 minutes. Hand number 23.
I think we have 2 more hands to go after this, Steven.
Okay, I stand corrected. Ace King off from the hijack with 10 big blinds. I'll mix all sorts of combo right here and jam Ace King as well. No need to be all fancy here.
What you really want is somebody to wake up with a decent ace and just call you off, and they might not 3-bet jam. You're also willing to get it in, probably against small pairs.
So he's committing himself with a 3 million. Oh, there you go.
Well, there goes all the blocker theory out the
Shang
window.
Shang.
You have ace king, you block an ace, you block a king. What does your opponent have? Ace king also. I'm joking, of course. You obviously only block cards you have. Ace king of diamonds versus ace king off is going to be the all-in here, surely. That 2%, 3% equity edge for the suited cards, but doesn't mean much. Let's see if we end up with a free roll here. There it is. Single diamond means Lou is free rolling. And that about wraps things up.
You did sound excited. Oh, there's a chop.
All kinds of chops. Chop on the board, chop in the hands. Once again, these guys are guaranteed 19,000 USD. That's about a 60x return on their money. $300 USD. What's the approximate buy-in here?
我不喜欢打那个，我打 mix game，我原本只想打 mix game，在另外一个场馆，对，然后就是
Yeah, Jason likes his mixed games.
他们就干音乐，
But little did he know his trip saver is an Hold'em event.
Steven, when are you and I joining one of the mixed game tournaments? I suppose any day the stream gets wrapped up early. How about a commitment from you to join me in a TikTok boom?
Well, tomorrow could be a possibility because we're only streaming the super high roller. That could end before 11 p.m.
TikTok boom time?
But then again, Monday and Tuesday are 2 taxing days.
No, we don't think about the future like that. YOLO. Learn from Greg. The man doesn't miss the opportunity to play a TikTok boom. And of course, shout out to Elfin, by the way, who came 4th place in last night's TikTok boom. APT presenter.
But I was going to say that Greg is
对啊，
almost
我就排到
20
你
years
了
younger than me.
我第一手
And Greg, by the way, is exhausted today, so
Yeah, you don't want a co-host that is a bit grouchy.
no. Let's not get discouraged. If we get done before 11 p.m. tomorrow,
有两个比我
I
少，
say we sign up.
有一把我14BB 在大盲 KJO 啊，
Could I buy in with
两个比我少
APT
两个
credit?
比我少
I'll give Michael Sois a text.
700，
The chip leader knows he has a responsibility, a burden, or as you call it,
Responsibility.
oh, responsibility. My apologies. That's your word. Slowly starting to co-opt them without credit. Well, he clearly was thinking about raising it up, considering he only had the tiny stack of Juan to get through. Goes with the limp, and Juan will happily see a free flop, it seems. 8 deuce, about as ugly as it gets. Somehow ahead of his opponent. Not anymore. King 5-4 is the flop. Quick bet and a takedown. To the 260 of you in chat, once again, thank you so much for sticking around for this incredible event. We'd really appreciate if you hit a like. Considering I'm looking at 15 likes, full disclosure, mine was the 15th one. And I think with 260 of you here, that is a bit on the low side.
Let's refresh.
Okay, let's refresh and hope for the best. Chat,
18 now.
do not disappoint me. Steven is hitting refresh.
16.
Only one more. Okay, I'm not gonna beg. Just gonna be disappointed.
Thank you, Croatia. Croatian. Wow.
That's a cool name, Croatian. Very much appreciated, all of you.
Okay, hand 25. I think we are going to take a short break after this hand. Hijack with ace 7 off. 7 big blinds. He's putting it all in. King 3 suited. Get rid. Yeah, go on. Don't waste your cigarette break time. 9-8 off. Get rid. Yep. Ooh, the chip leader. 46 big blinds. Very sexy. Small blind, actually, this is an interesting spot. Chen Quan only has 6 big blinds. Queen Jack off. Still, it's not really a calling hand, it's more of a rejamming hand. That's actually possible. Jack Deuce could walk away as well. So, here we go. We are down to... Okay, we'll let him make a decision first. Before I do my wrap-up. I think he just asked for a count.
What's going on here? TV time?
I just asked for a count, and maybe he's not a smoker. Doesn't need this cigarette break.
Yeah, he has Jack Deuce though. What's uglier than Jack Deuce?
He's beating 10 deuce. He's beating all the 10 highs.
Not so sure about this one.
Lau Ka-Fai is asking, where is the best place to play poker in Hong Kong? Well, there are many, many options. Yeah, so do, follow your instinct and go to different places. I'm not going to promote my place because it's, I'm not going to abuse my privilege as a streamer for APT.
Very classy.
400整。
HKPPA is quite nice. Well, did you hear something? There's a glitch.
Yeah. Fly came into the room.
Was it a glitch?
Well, chat, I'm not sure I can explain what's going on here, but I do know this is the last time before the break. I see no shot of Chen calling this off unless it's a graphical glitch, which I doubt it is. So he lets this one go, and with that, we have now finally hit our about 10-minute break. So do not go anywhere. We're down to 6 players, and the action is going to move fairly quickly as we get to the next blind level. We will see you shortly after this break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. online poker available on all your devices. You'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
我再少一点我会卷了。
我们现在下2.5应该不会改。
11BB 应该会改吧？不会改。
不一定，因为我已经开2.5。
We were cheering for this case, right?
Okay, I'm all in. Okay, I'm all in. Call? Wow. This is the first decent hand I had. Wow. Come on, one time. Oh! I have additional outs. 9 or 10. on, my lucky dealer. Give it to me. Ah. Wow. Thank you, guys.
No free resource for him.
Yes. No. Everybody's invited. Good luck.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to APT Taipei 2024. We are bringing you the final table action from the APT National Cup final day with a guarantee of 15 million Taiwanese dollars. This is the ad hoc streaming because, you know, we thought you would want some interesting, maybe slower stakes poker action. So after the 25K, we have a $300 buy-in event showing you the other side of poker. On the other hand, next week on Wednesday, we're going to be streaming the main event day 2, day 3, day 4, and on Saturday, the final day. Wrapping up our streaming schedule will be next Sunday when we'll be streaming the APT High Roller final day.
And don't forget, we of course have APT Jeju 2024, 26th April to 5th May 2024. Pick out your dates on your calendars to come to Korea to join us for the next stop. But for now, let's focus on what we have going on. 2,305 entries in this one. The average stack is down to 19 bigs with just 6 players remaining. We had 3 eliminations after kicking off this final table with 9 players. The prize pool, an incredible over $750,000 US, with the first place prize ballooning up to over $93,000. By the way,
Cannot complain about that, can you?
that's a 300 times return on your $300 buy-in. Certainly cannot complain about that.
We're talking about WSOP level kind of multiplier here.
300 Xers. Before we went to break, we had a long tank, which was a bit confusing, but we do have an out-and-out chip leader, a couple of short stacks, and I suspect in the next 2 hours, which is how long we have till the next break, we're going to have some eliminations, some heartbreak, lots of action as usual. Now, this is, of course, a lower buy-in event, as you said, Stephen, which means that the style of poker is going to be very, very different than what we've been watching all day, isn't it?
Well, let's have a look. The next payout is going to be 18,000 USD, which is already 60 times the buy-in. All right, is that correct?
That
Yeah,
is correct.
60 times. When's the last time we win 60 times a buy-in? And then all the way, like what you said earlier, 93,000 up top, which is going to be a trip saver plus, unless you jump straight into the super high roller.
Well, we looked into the hand and mobs of most of the players playing. Actually, the most accomplished player, at least in terms of total lifetime earnings, has already been eliminated. That's 8th place, Ho Chang from Taiwan. He had $200,000 in his hand and mob. Going down the list after that, frankly, some of these players don't have hand and mob. Sometimes there's a reason for that. One of them has $770, so he's already exceeded his lifetime earnings by almost 40 times. And most of these guys are looking at career-making lifetime scores. These are absolutely monstrous life-changing amounts, and it's all to play for right now.
Lau Ka-Fai's made a very funny comment. It says, we're only playing for 93k. Why don't we stop wasting time and all in every hand?
Yeah, sure, of course. You know, Elky, who was in the Superstar Challenge Heads Up earlier today, he was giving it his best, and that was for 93k, give or take. Here we go, we're setting up for the next level. This is going to be 600,000, 1.2 million. Actually, this is going to be the easier level for us commentators. It's actually 500,000, 1 million. Excuse me.
1 million. 33 heads.
That's right, the starting stack, 30,000 for the tournament. So, Stephen, you mind telling the good folk, our lovely audience, these chips and plaques, what their denominations are?
Well, I believe the green chips are 25k, and then the black biscuits, as I call them, 100k, and then the golden biscuits are not digestives, they are 250k.
I like calling them bricks or plaques to just remind me of Casino Royale. You just feel so cool playing with these bricks instead of regular chips sometimes. Takes a bit to get used to as well, not as easy to riffle.
I actually find them quite difficult to count. But hey, it's good for TV, right? I think.
Well, that, and let's not forget the rule of cool. If it's cool, keep doing it.
So you were talking about APT Jeju, which is going to start on the 26th of April until the the 5th of May. Is that correct?
That's correct.
May the 5th be with you.
I think that's the 4th.
Oh yeah, that hasn't worked, has it? Speak to the marketing guy. Should we speak to Ray and just shorten the thing by 1 day and then end on Star Wars Day?
Oh, we'll have a Star Wars themed side event.
Go on, let's try it. Go on then.
Let's see, what would it be? Instead of calling it the TikTok boom, we could call it the Pew Pew boom.
Do better than that. Come on.
Let's see, what would the Star Wars event be called?
How about a Jar Jar Binks event?
Okay.
I don't know how it goes, but
it's just going to be something trashy, I'm sure.
Jar Jar Binks is secretly a Darth Lord. You know that, right? He's actually a Sith.
Oh, really? Here we go. The fan fiction begins.
Just like Ace 5 is a conspiracy combo by the programmers.
Oh, you know what we could do is have something like Deuces Wild, something after the Sith, the Rule of Two. There's some nerding out to do here on May the 4th. Let's you and I come together with a pitch. Take a bit of the action from the APT.
I look forward to it. I think I'll look quite nice with the Princess Leia Chelsea buns on my hair.
There's a visual.
35 big blinds is the chip leading amount.
Oh my, look at this. 3 shorties. 7 bigs, 6 bigs, and 4 bigs. Lou with the 7 bigs. Shen with 6. And Quan, 4 bigs.
So Lau Ka-Fai continues his humorous comments. He says Haxton told him something, which of course is a joke.
All right, Lau. No need to involve Ike in our satire here.
You know why I knew it's a joke? Because Haxton really don't talk to anyone.
Exactly. Well, that's a lovely sight when you're down to 4 big blinds. Pocket 10s for the tiny stack. Quan Cheng.
Well, perfect timing to pick up pocket 10s. Jamming 4 million, which is 5 big blinds. Pretty much the same as what the big blind has. So, if Lu Sheng Chang is to call this all in, Cheng Quan will be at risk.
Lou has 5 bigs. Does hurt that he had 7, had to post 2 of them.
笑多爽。
Can't seriously be thinking about calling this one off. There we go. Lou now, the shortest stack. Juan has actually climbed up 2 ranks. I mean, this is getting tight. We could be down to 3 players fairly shortly.
Yes. And have you noticed they have actually moved the players around a little bit just to spread out so that it's easier for the cameraman to work the magic.
Yeah, that's great. It's a 6 max now, and players are a lot more comfortable. That's the advantage of breaks as well.
I think most of the green chips have been colored up.
Chip leader. Needs to be the table captain. Knows it. Gonna put his stack to work. We don't know what he has yet, but doesn't need much. And Steven, you just saw the chip stack and the chip distribution. What does ICM pressure look like for those middle stacks right now?
You know, it's no one is actually that deep, right? So even the chip leader with about 35 big blinds, one misstep is going to be dragged right into the 37 even. One little misstep and he will be right down with the rest of the short stack. So everyone is playing a little bit snug. Position's important. Open your UTG. A small open in the UTG and very likely you get folded around. So that's my take on the situation.
But the 3 short stacks, I mean, they just have to wait for holding, right?
Yeah, exactly. So open UTG. Like, don't waste your positional advantage in that way. So Cindy is gayaoing Jason again. Go Jason.
Look at that urban development. being built in front of the chip leader. Oh my god, those towers.
他们听到说
But that's only 37 big blinds. You know,
刚不是说
Looks
光
impressive,
头
though.
没头
that's
发
not impressive. He looks a little bit like the Taipei 101,
超可爱
which is an impressive building. What's the tallest building in New Delhi?
Actually, New Delhi has pretty much 0 skyscrapers. It's a very wide city. It doesn't go upwards as much.
Oh. So it's quite flat city, like
Extremely flat. I can't even think of. I mean, there's a few like revolving restaurants that have been especially built on top of some defunct towers, and then you can get quite a view of the city. But yeah, it's a funny city. I used to live in New York a long time ago, and they're sort of opposites. I lived on, well, I worked on at some point the 19th floor in San Francisco. I worked on the 40th floor, an incredible view of the entire city and the bay. And then coming to New Delhi, I mean, you get to the 5th floor, you can see most of the town. At least as far as the pollution in the air that you see. A bit notorious for having a very high AQI. Cannot be dishonest about that.
Jason is defending his small blind with a 6-5 suited against Cheng Kwan's limp from UTG. The problem is there's a massive chip leader right behind him. See, I'm not a huge fan of this play. Multi-way versus a chip leader in position against you. Naughty boy Jason. But with that flop, I take it all back. Middle pair. Baby flush draw versus Cheng Kwan's top pair. And yep, Cheng is going to stop and go. Pretty standard there with the top pair. Unlikely to find a better hand than that, considering he will be posting his big blind ante after this hand. Shame that we can't see what Zai has, Zhang Chai-eng. So that's the, these chips are being counted.
Surely this is getting called.
Well, we don't know what Zai has. That's the problem. Right? Or he's going to get called.
From Jason.
Yeah, Jason will call. Would it be a 3-way?
Wow.
517
So he seems interested.
Yeah, could we be looking at a potential double elimination? We can tell more likely than not, given some card removal, that Cheng is unlikely to have a 9. Jason calls with his pair flush draw.
Show me your cards.
Let's it go. We have a flip.
Jason's actually slightly ahead with his middle pair and the flush draw and a potential straight draw runner straight. 8-9 is very naked, very mate hand, top pair. Can't add any more to that. A spade on the turn would kill everything. Let's see the turn. Boom, that's a spade, and that will be the end of a Cheng Kwan's National Cup journey. Jason took off his microphone for added equity.
I was so confused. I thought the graphics got it wrong, and Jason was eliminated for some reason.
Nope. Jason's hit his flush on the turn. And well done to Cheng
我跟
Kwan,
你讲，反正我也不会。
picking up at 19,000 American dollars. Doesn't seem happy or sad. Seems a little bit dazed, actually. Just like, oh, what's just happened?
Well, the players had the entire break to get used to the new level that they'd reached, which was the $19,000. I feel like it often
不重要啊，因为
happens
他已经扣了。
that you're just eyeing the next pay jump.
他已经扣了。
对不起啊，
那边已经
对不起啊。
废了干我抽死
It's okay, Jason.
有买花啊。
谢谢台湾的观众啊。
不会抽啊。
这是一个 APT National Cup 的 Final Table。我们现在还有
我大王。
五个 players，有4个是台湾的，一个是来自香港的人。冠军有差不多300万的奖金。That's all I can do in Mandarin. Thank you. 谢谢大家。如果你喜欢我们的直播的话，可以给我一个 like， 还有可以 subscribe 这个 channel 啊。Pocket Queens， 12 big blinds。Big open would be
轮不
good.
到你。
Kind of committing, yeah, 1.6 million. Oh, that's not a big open. That's just an open. Wow, there you go. Chip leader with the ace jack off from the small blind. Might cheekily 3-bet here.
We're 5-handed.
I think we're 5-handed, right?
Yeah, the graphic up on the top left yet to be updated for the elimination of Quan Cheng. So, even though the open is under the gun, let's not forget 5-handed. That's the same as the hijack. It is sort of a late-ish position open. Zai has all the chips, could easily bump this up with the ace-jack off from the blinds. He's really thinking about it. Decides to flat.
Ace jack off is a difficult combo to play post flop out of position. Cheng Tingji not tanking this time. Folding quickly is 10-6 off, unlike his jack deuce earlier. Flop comes a jack and 3 spades, a monotone board.
Wow.
Zai, the chip leader, hits its top pair and a nut flush draw.
It's just like the previous hand, a pair and a flush draw. Look at the equity, just about the same, 52 to 48, even though the jack is behind.
He's not going anywhere, is he?
Another all-in? Another potential elimination? Not that I'm rooting for it. Of course, Queen's still ahead.
Well, not according to the, equity calculator.
Ahead for now. You play enough PLO, start differentiating between ahead and equity. Of course, ahead means not too much. Yeah, no surprise if Chang just decides that this is the moment to get all the chips in the middle. Wow, he just calls. Lower variance. He's essentially trapping. His hand is just so strong. Doesn't want to lose his customer by raising.
Maybe he's worried that his opponent won't have anything good enough to call him. 5 doesn't help.
Absolute brick. A perfect card for the Queens. And now, with only 1 card to come, 14 outs only represents 32%. Still, that is a very high amount of equity. With just one card to come. There's the all-in and surely getting snapped. Quan Long Lu. Handed mob. Again, not saying it's always accurate. $773 total lifetime earnings. About to be bumped up by $23,000. And now he will be at risk. But he is a favorite to double up and be right in this match. Zai knows there's nothing he could have done. A total cooler. If you 3-bet pre-flop, he went all in on the flop. It was all coming down to this river. These stakes are so high for these players, and the spade does eliminate Quan Long Lu. Back-to-back eliminations. We're down from 6 to 4 players almost immediately after coming back from the break. An absolute cooler, literally nothing one could have done, and we lose yet another player from Taiwan, going back with 23,000 US dollars to his name. That's 730,000 in local Taiwanese dollars. GG, sir. Well played.
So now we have 2 short stacks, one with 5 big blinds and the other with 4 big blinds. So another quick elimination, maybe the play will slow down a little bit.
Well, we did mention we could get down to just 3 players very shortly, considering the 3 short stacks we had with 6 players left, but certainly did not expect back-to-back hands. I mean, consider the pay jumps. The remaining players have just made an extra $9,000. That's 30 buy-ins by just sitting there, by folding.
According to the comments, and that I cannot verify or at all, Zai is a university student. So
Oh, wow.
there you go. That would be life-changing money. $2.9 million Taiwanese dollars for a student, for a university student. That's life-changing money.
Absolutely. Lu attacks the small of the shortest stack. Clearly well studied, knows even though he has king rag, it's good enough, and he wants to go all in when he still has some fold equity with his opponent having 3 bigs left. Here's a question for you, Steven.
Yes, sir.
If the cards were face up, would Chen call?
Let's have a look.
A poker math problem for you, taking into account the fact that he is the shortest stack, but in general, the fact that he's going to see a couple of free hands.
Well, it's definitely an ICM problem, so you just have to work out the pay jump. And 45% to risk the difference there. I think it's going to be close. Very close. Cannot answer it, but it's going to be close.
But how cool is that? That literally you could flip over the hands,
Yep.
and the decision would still be as difficult. The magic of ICM between the 6 big and the 3 big stack.
My
And mind
instinct would be a call.
Gotcha. Poker's funny that way. But good on Lu, by the way. He was the one posting 2 bigs for the blinds and antes and managed to preserve them and gain 1. So not only could we be 3-handed shortly, but 2 stacks below 7 big blinds, we could be heads up shortly.
Well, like I said earlier, I think after 1 elimination, if that elimination is a merge of the 2 short stacks, the 3-handed play will drag on a little bit.
Fair point.
So it depends on the flow, the game flow.
I feel like Cheng Zai is in the mood to just vacuum up all the chips.
Apparently the best poker player at university.
I have no doubt, and certainly he's going to have a score to validate that fact, having locked up 28,000 USD. And mind you, in the local currency, the next pay jump gets you above 1 million Taiwanese dollars.
Has to be sexy. So, chip leader opens with Queen 8 off from UTG, and Jason is defending his Ace Queen off from the big blind. Flop comes 3 diamonds, monotone board with Jason having the Ace of Diamond. So 90% equity versus Queen 8. So Zai is looking for the remaining 2 black 8s. In bad shape, basically. Still decides to bet. Jason's not going anywhere. Even though, yeah, UTG is not going to have much that will connect to 964. Ace Queen is so strong and so disguised at the moment.
But ICM, right? Can he take an aggressive line here with 2 tiny, tiny stacks behind?
He's going to race. Nope, he's just calling. Sorry, I really cannot get the hang of the...
I know what you mean. The bricks.
The bricks are
Not to mention,
difficult.
of course, you know, the call and all in sound similar, so completely understand the confusion. There it is.
Already?
Not flush on the
Already?
turn.
Killing all the action. Check, check. Jace is praying, please hit something. Please hit something.
I think a bet here looks so strong. I would not be surprised to see a check from Jason, simply because he would love to give his opponent the chance to apply ICM pressure on him. He's also getting a count from the short stacks, which I like. Does seem to suggest he's contemplating a bet though, understandably.
How much can he get out of this? Oh, he's betting a time bank. He wants to win the time bank. Sorry, it's late at night.
This is one of those moments, I know it looks like I can see the cards, but if you really thought about it, I think you would realize that a check is in order. After throwing in a time bank, it's kind of tough to sell, but would he open himself up to an ICM murderous jam unless he had a super strong hand? And since the chances are that he would not, maybe he would consider checking.
I think he's just worried that his opponent doesn't have anything and just check behind. You know, you can't check the nuts in the tournament.
Fair enough. Tries to go for some value in case his opponent had a diamond.
Yep, betting 1 big blind is good. We learned it from Roman today. Hello， 你好啊 ，GM。哇，竟然過嚟睇英文台喎，啱啊，因為廣東話台冇開啊嘛，今晚。歡迎啊，歡迎香港嘅朋友，我哋今晚喺 APT 嘅官方頻道度，以大部分時間啊，以英文去廣播我哋呢一個嘅 National Cup 嘅決賽桌冠軍有290萬新台幣。咁我哋有一位香港代表 Jason Yuen， 而家係攞住第2最多 chips 啊！ 榜榜喺度就講話 support Jason 啦。咁啊，歡迎台灣的朋友，這個是 APT 台北的 National Cup 的 Final Table。See, I'm just speaking everything in English。這是 Final Table。
I'm following.
我們還有4位的玩家，其中的3位是台灣的朋友。我們看看這個比賽會不會是台灣的朋友贏下來。
A well-timed jam from Lou with this tiny stack, and this one's going to get through. 4.6 million. It's going to win.
Or is it?
2 million. Surely. There you go. Fold equity is a real thing. Almost increases.
Sorry. 欢迎，谢谢。Sorry, someone just corrected my terrible pronunciation.
Ah, no worries. I think you deserve a lot of credit for trying, but we do appreciate the correction as well.
Well, my wife does say I am quite a trying person.
Really, Stephen, dad jokes at 10 p.m.? Surely past midnight is when they're allowed.
It's past midnight in Tokyo.
應該可以再 flop 動嘛？
Or is it? Is it 1 hour or 2 hour difference? I don't know. Anyway,
我好像沒畢業。
still, we are down to the last 4 with 2 short stacks. One of them being Liu Shen Chang at the under the gun position, who just folded. Jason, Queen Jack suited, very beautiful. Should be an easy open.
還是80萬。
And then he just asked whether the big blind was 800,000. Pay attention, sir.
And look at his chip stacking technique. He's going for width or breadth instead of a nice little square that Cheng was building in front of his.
So the comments from the Taiwanese viewers are saying, if Shai wins the tournament, he can take a break from university and go on a working holiday as a poker pro.
Hey, let's leave those big decisions up to him. So you mentioned it's Shai, is it?
Shai, yeah, it should be, I don't know.
And that would be named after one of the leaders of the country? Not after, but
Not
the
after,
same name,
same surname as the
Same
previous
surname.
president of this.
So chat, I will definitely try to say
Area.
Shai. Do correct me and Steven in case we're off.
So someone's asking, if he were to win this tournament, can he eat a bowl of noodles upside down? Random request.
Oh wait, look at this situation, Steven. We did not realize that Chen actually would need to post from a 3 big blind stack, so he's actually down. It turns out it's actually 2 bigs. He has 1.6 million. And is he gonna flat and hope to hit? And he's gonna be down to a chip and a chair, as they say. 650k in his stack.
So we're talking about the extreme stop and go here.
But he could triple up if he hits a king or a 5 for that matter, which is also live. What a high stakes flop this is for Chen. Going up against the 2 big stacks, we're going to call him off no matter what.
Stop and go ultra here. That's the man who tanked for minutes over Jack Juice.
Well, he did cost him some equity in terms of the blinds going up, although we had hit the break anyway. Now, unfortunately for him, he's flopped all kinds of backdoors, but a jack on the board means Jason's going to isolate here. So much dead money in the middle in a way. Jason's going to have by far the best of it. Jason, of course, the man on your screen right now, whose Chinese name you would pronounce once again, Stephen?
Yuan.
Yuan
Ka Zhen.
Zhen. Small bet, just letting the chip leader know, hey, I got this one. Let me have it. The chip leader actually has a gut shot to the nuts. And some backdoors as well. Whew. Oh,
Wow.
my word. Understandably, did not realize that. Oh, the pain. The king on the turn after the fold. This is why you don't get too fancy sometimes with the short stack. This is brutal. Oh my word. I cannot believe it.
So he denied his own equity? Is that what you're
Chen
saying?
would have tripled up to almost 7 million in chips. Instead, he's going to have 650,000. That is just painful. Oh, if the cameraman could see the cars like we can,
34.
we would be cutting to his face. And there we go. Well done by the production team. That's the look of pain right there. He knows he has effectively knocked himself out of this tournament. I like the thinking behind wanting to save that chip, respecting ICM, but the poker gods were just way too cruel. Oh my god, Steven, I'm still reeling from that. That's about the most painful thing I've seen all day.
He has more than one small blind though.
I know every cloud has a silver lining, but that does not help too much.
Why didn't he jam pre?
Well, you understand that there could have been a pay ladder up for grabs in case these two tasseled, but I mean, it's easy to say. It is being results oriented, but that's the thing. You just have enough equity when you're putting in only 10% of your remaining stack, and you have backdoors and an overcard. Unfortunately, as much as it sucks, he probably had to go with it.
He was king high and he needed to lock down all the equity.
But hey, here you go. Queen 9, not too
That's
shabby.
not bad.
Pretty shocking that it was folded to the blinds, considering he was automatically all in.
Alright.
但我那个牌我进去没中，我就会改了。
没中就要改了。他说, he said, if I didn't hit, I had to fold.
Did you hear him reveal to the table that
Yeah,
he
he's
has the
yeah,
king?
yeah, yeah.
Wow.
因为两家啊，一家我就跟他跑了。
对啊，你要跑，你要跑。
There you go. Looking good. 87% lock on this hand.
2 overcards, flush draw.
Diamond or queen just ends it.
9 will. Well, we don't need the 9 first.
Oh, well, there you go. Pair the board. Scoop it up.
Whatever happens, it's likely to be the winner.
That had me nervous, but clean.
Hey, but it's pretty sexy because he can win the big blind ante. So that's 1 big blind.
That's true.
And then he had almost a big blind, 650.
He triples up.
Yeah, basically.
Hey, he more than triples up
Yeah.
because of the big blind ante, to your
Exactly.
point.
So it's not
Man.
bad. Not bad.
All of a sudden, Steven, you know what I'm rooting for. Chip in a chair.
Oh, let's see.
I always like it when I can openly root for something and someone.
Okay,
All eyes
we have
now.
Vanessa Yao could be related to Jason. Russell Westbrook is asking. Okay, well, please explain. What have I said wrong? 2 big blinds versus 4 big blinds. Yes. So, how are you related to Jason, Vanessa?
哇，我3 BD 不知道要不要
How are
考
you
虑
related to Jason?
很难呢，你会扣吗？你会直接推吗？
A walk.
你要改，他真的想。
Bit unfortunate.
那个牌也是
Luke
很
could
明
have
确啊
jammed the
就是
queen
要
3 off.
会啊，因
I
为
know
有
it's
2家。
not very comfortable, but would have gone through. But he was also respecting ICM, the 2 big blind stack. 2 big blinds, by the way, means you're going to be automatically all in.
不可能丢啦，我那个牌不可能丢。
As we've seen, actually, the stack is 2.4 million, so it's over 2 bigs, which means
他如果进来我会丢。
you might be in a similar situation as last time.
我有扣啊。
我是刚刚我打，然后你打完掉
也不一定啊。
你脾气太好了。
Okay, scan your cards, please. Cheng Ting Ji. Cindy is insisting that Jason needs to Gaio. So the comments are discussing pay jump and ICM. So trying to justify the fold with the king high. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's not be too results oriented. Did manage to start the spin back up. Now all in with Jack 3 off. With that automatic all in coming on the very next hand. So decides to take the spin. Gets 2 callers. Is somehow a favorite, by the way. With Jack 3 off, a Jack might just end it. Let's go. Rooting for Chen.
So this kind of hand, Jack 3, doesn't unroll very well.
Oh, look at this, Steven. Top pair on the flop, but all kinds of equity distributed with the other 2. Middle pair for Yuan.
Open-ended for...
Open-ended for Shy. So far, so good. Are we looking at an incredible comeback? 7.9 million in the middle. Needs to save for over 80%. And there it is.
There you go.
Oh, here we go.
I have a 9. I have a 10. I have a Jack.
It is so on.
7 big blinds. Here you go. Poker it is. This is poker. Hey! Addy's in. Hello, Addy. Good evening. Addy won Kenobi.
What up, Adi? Fellow APT commentator, viewing from India.
So the comments are saying today is Easter Sunday. Resurrection is real. Well, he is still only nursing a 7 big blind stack. You know, we're not going to, well, I'm not going to stick my neck out and say he's going to ship the whole thing. You know, he's still in the danger zone.
But how about Lou? Must be
Bloody hell.
feeling the pain of watching the 2 big blind stack turn into the 7 big blind
that's
stack.
a bit rash. I would say that's a bit rash.
Oh, the 5-4
Yeah.
shove. He saw it work for his opponent. Unfortunately, this time he's run into the ace-10 suited, but has plenty of equity if it's just to be these 2 hands. I'm telling you, Steven, it's that big blind plus ante combo. It makes people very loosey-goosey under the gun. That's exactly the dynamic at play here.
Loosey-goosey.
Loosey-goosey eating a sandwich. To quote Daniel Negreanu's masterclass.
Oh. Did you watch the whole thing?
Of course.
Wow.
Some good stuff, mostly for beginners, but good stuff nonetheless. It's not targeted towards people like us. And by the way, yes, I called myself a non-beginner. There you go. Every once in a while.
Intermediate.
My humility takes a hit.
You're an advanced beginner.
I'll take that.
All right.
Oh, wait just a minute. What in the world?
I don't know why he's calling with King 5.
What in the world?
Considering the decisions he made earlier, which was to, you know, be an ICM slave.
All you need to do is fold.
Yep.
And you can ladder up without risking any more chips. I think he thinks he's priced in, but we saw that he doesn't believe in being priced in earlier. King 5 again, by the way, ironically.
What?
Color me confused.
What is he doing? And is he going to fold to any board that doesn't have a king?
Well, let's hope it doesn't have an ace and a king. 9-7-7. This basically just donated chips to the eventual winner of the spot, which is likely to be Shy. Goes check, check. 6 is interesting because it gives the open-ender to the all-in player. Check, check again. The open-ender towards the 8 would not be good. And the king hits! Steven, something special is happening there.
I don't know what that is, but something special
But
is
count
happening.
me in. I mean, this is just incredible. And let me just pause for a moment before we analyze the decision-making of Chen in this hand.
Borderline miracle.
And wish GG to Sheng Lu.
16 big blinds.
Oh, trust me, I've noticed. We're down to 3 players, and Sheng Lu has been eliminated in 4th place, walking away with an impressive 28,000 US dollars. Once again, that's off a $310 buy-in. An incredible score and an incredible boost to his poker resume. Meanwhile, we're down to 3 players. It has been sometimes confusing, sometimes a bit slow, but now that we're in the business end, it is excitement non-stop. We have a chip in a chair spin-up happening in front of our eyes. And with that, by the way, I think since we're 3-handed, what we're listening to right now is players contemplating a deal, perhaps? 3-handed is pretty standard to start talking deals. The APT fully in support of any deals the players want to make. You see the floor on the table, willing to provide ICM numbers, chop numbers, and in fact facilitate the deals. So as the players figure it all out, we'll actually give them some time and take a quick break, and we'll come back once the deal talks either break down or indeed go through and keep you posted. So stick with us. We're down to the final 3 here at the APT Taipei National Cup. It's all to play for, an incredible $93,000 up top. 3 players left in the game. We will be back after they are done discussing the deal. We'll see you shortly.
其实好像也没有很少。我们这一个是10个，这边就1000了，应该有1500吧。但係呢一得翻20幾 B 嘅時候就，我覺得1萬塊大家都打到這邊，已經是可以了，而且應該2900幾。你有多少碼？
我应该我均码，我1000、2000、2250、
1250、
2700、
1300、1400、
2600、
1400，
应该2900、
1500、1550、1620，我大概1700萬。
对，因为6000多配而已。
我1700萬嘛，你是均碼，那他應該多我的500萬，他有260吧，2600吧。
我应该
不止，他应该不止吧
So 10 million and then this 6, 8, 10, 24, 25, 26.
黃奇峰啊，想起來。
27.
他是我高中同學，很好的朋友。
27.
真的、哦。妈，他那時候跟我講說你60萬進，他要說什麼不要再打水漂，燒焦。
517万。
再看，没有。 离合。不行不行不行不行！你的天敌啊！什么？啊？一大一大！你在这边讲，反正我也不会。3。好，这上来。刚刚。后来4个吗？我自己讲的太大了，
撞了，夸张。25%。同学去哪里吃庆功宴？没有，一定愿意。其实我蛮多共同朋友。对啊，因为我们同届啊，然后你来届。之前你那时候背1万进，就有人跟我讲你60万进。谁？我忘记。你们社团的。我们社团的。170。
干这不相信我吗？这就不相信我吗？10来扣都不行啊！没，他搞笑，他搞笑。被逗了。不相信我吗？
有海翻。
你们有中吗？
有。
这哇！
一定要这样。
这样都顶得住，蛮屌的。经验小教室。
Starting $100 for 2.5 hours. If you want to join this tournament, please go to the TO counter. 我们10点有一场6000-6010锦标赛，请有兴趣的会员至限时分来报名。
445。
拉強 all in 兩架 call 點碼 all in 兩架 call， 一個得翻300萬喺後面，唔夠。嗰個得翻300萬，呢個就 all in 咗，我 keep 啲一樣咯，應該。點咪一味啊！嗱，好似啊，唔得都唔撚使做。
要放什么？
17万。
配合，配合，努力。Liver， 14 liver。你的天敌啊！啊！很大很大！你在这边讲，反正我也不会死。3，然后就这样。刚刚。4分吗？我其实感觉太大了，赚了，好赚。25%。同学去哪里吃庆功宴？没有，其实我蛮多共同朋友。
对啊，因为我们同届啊，然后你那届
之前你那时候Day One进就有人跟我讲你60万进，
谁？
我忘记。你们社团的、啊？
你们社团的？170。 干这不相信我吗？你这不相信我吗？10来扣都行啊！没，他有改手啊，他有改手啊。改手，他这里。
有海翻。
你们有中吗？9、10、这哇！一定要这样。知道，那这样都顶住，蛮屌的。实验小教室。
Starting start 100,000 for 3.5 hours. If you want to join this tournament, please go to the CO counter. 我们10点有一场6乘6限时锦标赛，仅有兴趣的会员只限时段来报名。
445。对吗？
拉開，all in 兩家 call 嘅，起碼 all in 兩家 call，一個得翻300萬喺後面。嗰個得翻300萬，呢個就 all in 咗。我 cheap 啲，一樣咯，唔該。點咪一味啊？就好似啊，唔得咯，唔使做。
check，你这个。Labor. Labor. 你的天敌啊！啊！一半。你在这边讲，反正我也不会指。3。好，就3了。对，刚刚。4个吗？我机型可能都太大了。撞了，夸张。25%。同学去哪里吃庆功宴？有没有好？一定愿意。其实我们蛮多共同朋友。
对啊，因为我们同届啊，然后你们那届，
之前你那时候飞10000进，就有人跟我讲你60万进。谁？我忘记。你们社团的。
你们社团的？170。
但这不相信我吗？你这不相信我吗？十来个都行啊！没，他有搞笑，他有搞笑。被多了。在这里。
有海翻。
你有中吗？有。这哇！
一定要这样。
干都顶得住，蛮屌的。经验小教室。
Starting at 100,000 for 3.5 hours. If you want to join us tournament, please go to the PO counter. 我们10点有一场6000-60锦标赛，请有兴趣的会员是限时段来报名。
445。
Market，all in 兩家 call 嘅，點啊 all in 兩家 call，一嚿得翻300萬喺後頭，唔夠，嗰個得翻300萬，呢個我就 all in 咗，我 cheap 啲，一樣咯，咁多，點啊咁你啊？好似啊，乜都唔撚使做。 實你靜咯。
9個人係最尷尬。9個人最氣氛比較型。
对。
I had 7 juice, I almost pushed. If I push with 7 boosts.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, welcome back to APT Taipei 2024. This is the APT National Cup final table. 2,305 entries, battle it out. We are down to the last 3. A little birdie told me an ICM deal was made or struck between these 3 players. That is Jason from Hong Kong and Zai and university student apparently from Taiwan, and this man over here, who Lou just lather up like, I don't know, like an expert BMX rider, just overcoming all the obstacles, making it to the last 3.
Well, we're going to share the deal numbers as soon as we have them very shortly. As Steven just said, an ICM deal was struck. The APT very supportive. In fact, facilitates the deal, so we will be getting all that information. But to reiterate your point, Steven, what an incredible scene it was. A chip and a chair, literally less than a small blind, spun up all the way up to, I believe, 17 blinds or so, right before we hit the break, 3-handed, which allowed them to discuss a deal, which they did for half an hour, by the way.
Correct.
So I'm guessing there was some back and forth negotiation, but eventually agreeing to an ICM chop, and I believe playing for 10% of the prize pool.
And the trophy.
And the trophy for only first place, nothing for second place anymore. So it's sort of a unique winner-take-all structure. And by the way, when we do strike a deal here at the APT, just to facilitate the game moving a bit faster after that, we reduce the levels down to half of their original length. So now we're looking at 15-minute levels, but plenty to still play for. Let's not forget the remaining prize pool was right around the 6 million Taiwanese dollar mark. That's basically 20,000 USD. So let's just say 10% of that is a hefty chunk. Not to mention the deal numbers, once they come out, will ensure that the first place prize we had going on, 93,000 USD. Now it won't be that high, but some version of that is still going to be up for grabs, maybe something around the 80,000 range.
Well, I think from a little birdie told me, Jason's made the deal, and he is, if he takes it down with that extra 10%, he'll be very close to the 2.9 million.
I believe you did mention that he's looking at something like a 70,000 USD guarantee.
Correct.
Of course, he was the chip leader going into deal negotiations. On top of that, if you think about the added 10%, let's see where we end up. That's Kelvin, our producer, putting in the deal numbers so he can forward them to us and we can let you know. There we have it. Apparently, let's work out what the deal is. 2.05 million for first place. That would be Jason. Second place, pretty close, 1.95 million. Both of these numbers fall somewhere in between the 60 and 70,000 USD area. And 1.6 million, that's about 55,000 USD for third place. Incredible scores. Third place, by the way, before the deal was 37. So an incredible ladder locked up by Lou after spinning up literally less than a small blind.
I think it's a fair deal. I think the average stack is a bit shallow. You know, we're talking, maybe 20 big blinds average. Anything could happen. So lock up equity, lock up the payout, and you can be a little bit more loosey-goosey, as they say, and try to do your best to win that beautiful trophy of the APT Tour.
And, of course, the remaining prize pool, which is 7,000 USD, give or take. I need to play for.
That is likely to be more than one of the players' lifetime earnings.
Oh, plenty of the players' lifetime earnings. We looked up the hand and mobs of most of the final table lists, with the exception of Po Chang, who I believe went out in 8th place. Certainly nobody had crossed 6 figures. In certain cases, people hadn't crossed 4 figures. We're not on hand and mob.
Okay, Jason's defending his big blind with 3-2 suited. Flop comes King 8 deuce. Jason hits a deuce. Checks to the pre-flop aggressor, who literally has nothing. Bets 1 million, which is 1 big blind. That sexy micro-sizing is happening. Jason's not giving up. Smooth calls that. And then we'll see the turn. Turn is a 9 of hearts. middling card. It doesn't seem you could hit either side, to be honest. So a check from Jason is good. Zai might continue his aggression, being the pre-flop raiser from the button. Repping a king. Perhaps a flush draw, but the flush draw might have a 9 in it. Who knows? 4 million. That's half pot. Jason gives it up. We have a new chip leader. 27 big blind, Zai.
So talk to me, Stephen, about the dynamics. This is now a winner-take-all format.
Correct.
What might be the strategy for essentially the short stack with the 2 co-chip leaders now?
Well, first of all, you know, well, judging by the way he played, I think it's unlikely that he'll change the style.
Should I try and recap what happened, by the way? He was down to under a small blind. And why he was down to under a small blind is because he folded with essentially 10x of his stack in the pot because he hadn't hit. Won't go into the gory details there. He would have made the best hand and had 10x the amount of chips. After that, he gets it all in, gets the free big blind ante. As a result, 4x's. After that, he gets it all in 3-way with Jack 3 off. Makes the best hand, multi-way. Triples his stack there. And then finally makes a very, very sus overcall and get triples up again right before the break.
Whoa, Jason went crazy with a 23 big blind jam pre-flop from the small blind. Yeah, I think the shackles have been removed, so there's no ICM concern here at all. Everyone's locked up their prize money. I think they've all had their trip savers.
Trip saver.
Trips saver.
Trip saver, career saver, career maker, career starter.
Enabler, yes. So you see those small pairs jamming pre-flop. A lot of funny action might happen. So Tim Chung is asking, why is it crazy to jam pocket fours with 23 big blinds? There you go. Okay, so that is a GTO Wizard article actually about three-handed play. And one of the advices that was given in the article is, if you are small blind and the big blind covers you, almost 100% limit.
Oh, why is that, you think?
The solver says so.
Because the solver said so.
Correct.
The computer overlords.
It's true.
That's the thing with the solver. I mean, if you really dig into the solution, you can come up with some logic, but different approaches to the game can demand different things. And let's not forget, there is a winner-take-all dynamic here. I've been in this situation, by the way.
Have you?
Struck a deal 3-handed and became loosey-goosey, eating a sandwich. 4-bet jammed king 9, ran into ace 10. Was completely unnecessary, but that's what happens.
And you hit a king?
Of course not. I got punished. There was a dynamic with the 3-better, but if the deal hadn't been struck, there's just no way I would have gotten that aggressive. And mind you, just like this situation, there was plenty to play for, at least to fold the trophy, the remaining prize pool. So important to stay focused here. The National Cup is up for grabs.
OK， 我跟大家台湾的朋友说一下了，他们的 deal 是Jason 会拿走200万2 million and 2 million。Second 就是194万 ，Third 第3名的164万，还有的213不是21万3千。还有那个奖杯，这是他们的冠军會拿走的。你們明白嗎？好，用廣東話講多次啊 ！Jason 已經 lock up 咗205萬。第2名啦，即係頭先嗰個蔡生咧，就會攞到194萬4千，同埋第3名咧就會攞到160萬啊！咁剩翻嘅21萬3139同埋個獎杯咧。就會係冠軍，即係呢一個 three-way 嘅比賽嘅冠軍咧，就會攞走嘅。 咁佢哋亦都咧將個 blind level 咧已經變咗15分鐘啦，由半個鐘頭。他们的现在不是打半小時的 levels， 他们是15分鐘的，因為他們已經有一個 ICM deal。
I'm not sure if you corrected chat here, but actually 7,000 USD is what they're playing for, up for grabs. Going in chat said it was about 10k, closer to 7.
Jason's picking up hands after hands. Good hands, good hands, good hands. Ace Queen suited from the small blind. After a raise from the button. I think that's a 3-bet here. $6.9 million. So that's 5 big blinds. A little bit more than 5 big blinds. 5 point something big blinds. Almost 6 big blinds.
Well, we can never predict what he's going to do, and I certainly would not have guessed call, but that's where he's leaning. Maybe I should just predict the opposite. Going to be right.
That is assuming that Chang is consistent.
And he's not. He lets it go. Mr. King 5. Mr. Unpredictable.
Correct. Tim Chung is asking who the commentator is. Well, I am Stephen Lai. And you, how should I introduce myself? As I am the managing director of Hong Kong Poker Players Association. I think I might have met you before, Tim Chung. So, and how about you? How would you describe yourself?
I wish I had a cool credential like that. I don't have any managing director credentials. My name is Vidar Singhal. Commentator.
Managing director of the Singhu Enterprise.
Of the Singhal mogul of the Singhal Empire. I do have one poker bona fide. WPT Player of the Year India 2018. There you go. Take that.
Player of the Year.
And we do notice that Shai's chip stack has been crippled a bit ever since the deal was struck. Aces for Chen. What can he do with his image here, facing the limp from the small blind?
I think that's why we ICM chopped. Eight, 3, 6 flop. Did he just defend his aces without racing? He just
Perfect trap. Perfect trap. His opponent catches mid-pair and fires into the pot. Another flat call would be just chef's kiss here.
Sexy, sexy. Wow, he's balancing it like he was thinking about his Jack Deuce hand. Jack 4 is Jack Deuce.
Jack Deuce.
Ages ago. He's racing.
And you know what? Shai might think he has too much of a hand to consider folding yet. It is risky though. Aggression has not been what Chen has shown so far. He's been a more passive calling type of player. At least in key spots. You don't get to the final 3 by being passive. I don't doubt he's had a great run of aggression this entire tournament, but like I said, too much of a hand at the moment.
He's max valuing everything.
He has his opponent exactly where he wants him. Chen, that is, with the pocket aces. Look at the SPR.
Have you seen Jackie Chan's film Drunken Master?
Yeah, a long time ago.
This is like the drunken punch.
That's right.
You know, you don't quite know what he's doing, but he's very effective.
8.4 million in Chen's stack, 9.8 million in the pot. Very tempting to go all in here. could represent all kinds of draws and put his opponent to the test. Plays a time bank. Good time for it. I'll tell you who's watching this with interest. It's the third player on the table, Jason.
Who is he rooting for? There's no ICM anymore, so who does he want to play heads up against?
Depends on if he caught up with the stream. And if he caught up with the stream, my guess is he wants to play heads up against Chen.
See, I think the opposite. I think Chen is just too random. Look at him. He's like he's like a randomizer. He's just random.
Well, random is tough to play against if you're playing rock, paper, scissors, but in poker, it's definitely beatable.
I like it. He's practically a half-life generator.
What a great bet, though. I mean, he has played this hand as though he can see his opponent's cards and tendencies. Does not raise pre-flop as though he can see the 7-6 off, which might fold. Gets his opponent to bet. Raises on the flop as though he knows Shai's tendencies to call. And now does not go all in. Bets under half pot, which might be the perfect sizing. What in the world are we witnessing and about to witness here? Can Shai talk himself into paying this off?
He is curious, isn't he? He is finding it hard to fold. Then he folds. Brilliant.
Chen's range was extremely wide, having checked back on the big blind. Certainly eights, even queens could factor in.
Jason is chip leading, but the shorter stack is no longer Chen.
So the player who locked up the most is the one at the bottom of the leaderboard for the moment.
No. Jason's locked up the most.
Oh, is it?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Shai was second, I suppose.
It's jamming ace-4 off. Ace-4 off. Jamming over 10 big blinds from the button. Brutalist approach to three-handed play.
About 50% of the chips in the stack of Jason, aka Juan.
Yeah, I think I've seen Tim Chung's name before somewhere. There are a lot of arguments in the comments section about the fishiness of the players. Well, I tell you one thing. You can be a fish for a small amount of time and then you'll be eliminated. So if you can get all the way to the last three of a 2,300 entry tournament, you cannot be that fishy. It's simply impossible.
I agree. I think a couple of misplayed hands, so to speak, don't define a player. Let's not be quick to judge, as though we ourselves never make mistakes. That being said, poker is a game of luck.
What did Jesus say? Something about, stand up there and be, pick up a rock or something?
Judge not, lest
ye be judged.
You be judged, that's right.
But that's like, pick up a rock and throw at, whatever, if you haven't sinned.
Yeah, but there is a luck aspect, otherwise we wouldn't be watching. And how about this jam? Gets it through.
Yeah, you're watching the wrong channel. You should be watching the chess.com channel.
Indeed. Chess has luck too, by the way. a decent amount of variance because it's more metagame luck, but do you pick a line that your opponent happened to not prepare, for instance? And of course, there's blunders. Just like poker players make mistakes, even though they might know the right solution, so to speak. Jamming ranges, calling ranges, still deviate. Similarly, chess players can blunder.
Do you play on chess.com?
I do actually, yeah.
And the ELO ratings on that is, you know you are like very behind if you are playing against.
Thank God poker doesn't have ELO ratings. The whole ecosystem would collapse. So I'm rated 1200 on a good day.
Oh, that's not bad.
Well, I agree in the sense that you do get the feeling once you reach that rating that you could certainly beat anyone on the street because you now have an innate sense of the game. But here's what's fascinating. I fell in love with chess during the pandemic, like a lot of people, right before it really kicked off, so I was early to the party. Let me pause there as we just see if these queens get any action. Unlikely. Well, I shouldn't say unlikely, not with Chen in the hand. He has a 5, that's usually good enough. I kid. I'm not over the 2 king 5 hands, that's for sure. That'll make the highlight reel.
So I do wonder why Jason's opening 2.8 rather than 2.4 pre-flop from the button. Pocket queens in very good shape against 7-5 off. And Cheng is just taking a punt after taking punt after punt, just trying to hit. Just leaving pretty much, just calling, just hoping, oh, if I hit, I will get paid. If I don't hit, I'll fold, which is, a way of playing poker. Maybe not the most effective way, but he's taking him this far.
Does not want to be hitting a single pair, that's for sure. Could get him into a lot of trouble here.
You're very smart. You just picked up what I was trying to say there.
Oh, wait a second. Steven.
Oh, it's a 3-bet, is it?
Perhaps not. Oh,
No,
there
it's
we go.
not. Yeah, no,
Graphics glitching a bit, but an interesting board. 10-4-3. Gut shot to the nut straight for the 7-5 pocket queens. A commanding lead. Now the question is, does it go check, continuation bet? Or does Chen have some donking plans?
How about a sexy check raise from the big blind? Will Jason be able to withstand that aggression?
Well, frankly speaking, Chen doesn't seem like in the mood to check. Ah, he was giving the stare down after checking, so there we go. In comes the C-bet. Graphics glitching a tad, I
think
believe.
it's 1.9 million.
Apologies for the glitch. We'll just sort that out as we usually do. Let me just catch you up on the hand. Despite the graphics, it did indeed go check, continuation bet. And based on the way I saw Chen reach for chips, he's not going anywhere. Not yet. After all, you call 7-5, you get 10-3-4. I want to see another street. So the C bet was 1.9 million, about 1.5 bigs. Gets called. Looking for a 6.
Okay, let's see the turn. Turns a king. Ooh, Jason doesn't. He's not gonna like that. Any overcard, i.e. an ace or a king, could hit the big blind's range. Is he going to perform the scariest line in poker, heads-up poker, which is check, bet, check. No, bet, check, bet. pairing up the 10. So Tim Chung thinks 5-7 off is an easy defend pre. Do not disagree, but with this stack size being as shallow as that, I don't know. I suppose you have a point there because there's no longer any ICM pressure, so they are playing for the win. They've all locked up the money. Fair enough. Is reaching for chips, trying to rep a 10. Cheng Ting-ji betting 2.6 million. Got snap called. There you go. The rich just got richer. Jason Yuan, the outright overwhelming chip leader.
我没有算到那个盲数。我没有算到你。
There you have it, Chan crippled once again. I should just once again reiterate what's happened here. We had a three-way ICM chop with 10% of the remaining prize pool still being played for. That 10% amounts to about $7,000 US, which means the remaining players, that's Jason from Hong Kong, or Yuan, gets $65,000 US locked up. So that's well over 11,000 above the second place finishing predetermined amount, which was 54. So 65,000 to Jason. Shai was next up, locking up $61,000 US once again off a $310 buy-in. Two of them have 200x'd their buy-in. And Chen, who is now the shortest stack and was the shortest stack when the deal negotiations were happening, locked up $51,000 US. Nice little 170x for him right there. And of course, 7,000 still to play for. So if Jason wins, he gets 72 total. If Shai wins, he would actually end up the biggest winner here because he would exceed Jason's locked up 65, take it to 68. And Chen, although he cannot beat the amount the other players have locked up, I'm sure he's hungry for that 7,000. Not least of all because it comes with the coveted APT trophy.
That's that beautiful Lion trophy.
And the National Cup trophy is one you want to have. 2,305 entries.
That's huge, isn't it? That's so big. 2,300 people. Or entries.
Definitely entries considering what you told me earlier in the day. 15 bullets, I heard.
You know they have those scratch cards?
Yeah.
So each buy-in you go for, you buy in once, you get a scratch card. I know someone in this, day 4, with 30 scratch cards.
More power to them. Keep them coming. That's Jason with 8-6 off in the small blind. Vying for that trophy.
1,700多一点点，不到1,800。
So I think I'm broadly agreeing with you, Tim, that the shallower you are, the more easier you can defend if you play post flop in kind of a sensible way. Judging by what I've seen so far, Cheng plays in a more unorthodox way. So, and that hand really kind of showed off, when the 10 pairs up on the river. Came out with a tiny bet. Wasn't really big enough as a bluff. Just wasted chips, sadly. Anyway, on the King, Queen, 8 deuce board, Jason has hit a pair. Check the turn. Turns a 5. Jason's got the check mark. Is he going to bet? What can he value? He's going to bet a small river. Which is going to be 1 big blind.
And look at this, Stephen. You're getting a little bit of snide in chat.
What's that?
Simon says, maybe you commentators want to hand in mob Tim Chung. Well, I just did. Very impressive, Timothy Chung. 1.4 million in total live earnings. Hong Kong national, residing in England and playing there mostly. Well, good for you, sir. Please come down and join us at the APT.
It may be or may not be him.
Maybe not, but keep the analysis and insight coming.
Yes, thank you. Much appreciate. So Jason is locked up. $64,911. And I think he is slowly grinding his way to win the trophy and the 10%.
That would take his total up to 72 or so USD.
Tim Chung made a good comment there, saying, "Oh well, you know, he might not as well not join the tournament if he can play post flop very well." Thank you, Tim. Appreciate your insight once again. Jason opens from the button with 7-5 suited. I think he's opening pretty much every combo. Once again, we get a call from Chen.
Here we go. The Chen special. Decides to peel. Queen 3 suited. A lot more reasonable this time, given the dynamics.
License to crack.
He's certainly done more eclectic things about an hour ago. 8.8 in the middle, 3.7 in Chen's stack. Very curious what Chen chooses to do if he does not connect. And connect he does not. Will he give Jason the rope to steal this? That check is the start of giving that rope.
Or is he planning to fold to a bet?
I suspect that is why you check in that spot.
Jamming. Is he check folding? Or is he doubling up?
Well, he didn't
Nope.
connect.
Yep, go for it.
And he's
Queen
ahead.
high is good.
This guy's next level.
So it's like a slow play.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, from a results perspective, he never made a misstep. And now,
Slow
despite
play.
the style of play.
Oh,
Oh, it's a club as well. Look at those 22 outs up top. That includes chops. And there's a 5!
wow.
Unfortunately, Chen made the correct decision this time, but we do lose him for no extra money. But he does walk away with over $50,000 as his prize for a $300 entry. An incredible showing from the player from Taiwan. GG, sir. And with that, we're now heads up.
3-1.
Perhaps it was coming to this all along. Jason from Hong Kong, Shai from Taiwan, battling it out. We're going to place the trophy in the middle. Kelvin putting up the Flat Lion, yet another Flat Lion trophy, one of the better ones on offer for the APT Taipei 2024 National Cup. Players are mostly set up to battle it out heads up. Let's see if we move their chairs a bit, perhaps.
Well, first of all, they need to have a photo taken, surely. Memories fade, but a digital photo remains.
Curious to see what the stacks are now that Jason eliminated the last remaining player. He's going to have a commanding chip lead. Certainly in prime position to take this one down. Shai is patiently waiting. But if there's anything we've learned from the Superstar Challenge earlier today, Elke coming in with, I think he was a 4.5 to 1 dog in chips. At the worst of it, 6.5 to 1 behind. Couple of spin-ups, couple of all-ins, couple of flips going the right way. Took it down. Eventually getting a bit lucky. Ace-Jack v Ace-King. And there you see at the bottom, tune in tomorrow for the Super High Roller final day. That kicks off at 11:45 a.m.
我要5000多。
So they must be thinking, well, obviously result oriented, but so why do we give, the third place more money? To protect you from variance. That's the answer.
Never anger the variance gods if you're not willing to deal with the consequences.
Go on, Jason.
Look how neat that urban development of towers he's built. An organized man, clearly.
你进来的一特车是多少嘛？你进来的一特车61万，就高平均一点点。
So they're talking. Jason's asking Zai, how many chips did you have going into day 2, and he said just above average, 610,000.
Well, there you go. Your day 2 chip count does not matter.
As long as you have one.
As long as you have one.
All right. Here we go. Heads up.
Stephen, you know what we should do in the future to really present the visual impact of how the winner of a tournament with 2,300 entries amasses everyone's chips? Like, you look around, you take everyone's chips, not color up. Just build castle upon tower of the starting chip stack. I think we need a tournament where we can actually get across how crazy tournaments are sometimes. Because that's what it is. These two players are left with 2,300 players' chips.
Okay, number 1, if a dealer is listening to this, she or he is going to hate you.
My apologies in advance.
That's number 1.
Some things take sacrifice.
And number 2, just imagine the final table, 900.
Okay,
And
but
the chips will be...
Whoever in the World Series of Poker came up with the idea of bringing out $8 million in cash and putting it on the table was probably laughed out of the room too.
Correct.
I'm just saying, no bad ideas. Each big blind is over 50 buy-ins right now.
Correct.
How sick is that?
I think it's way cool. I think any event with over 500 entries is really amazing, right?
And I'll tell you why I bring it up. It's because of that mentality you need to actually win. I mean, of course, a lot of people don't really look at first place when they're at day 1 of a multi-day, multi-table tournament. But that is your goal. You walk into a room, and if you have that Kobe Bryant Mappa mentality, you have to look around and be like, every chip is mine.
Correct.
Let's go.
Right. At the moment, with 52 million in chips, Jason is leading the heads up. But it's never plain sailing, is it? Anything could happen.
Jack versus Jack, very likely a chop. Actually, struggling to think how it wouldn't be. Some backdoors, perhaps. It's like a poker puzzle. Explain when this would not be a chop. If it comes a jack and a deuce, there you go. Did I solve it?
It's a chop now.
It is a chop now. I am proud of figuring it out, though. A jack and a deuce would have been the 3 high kicker would have played, right?
Correct.
Poker's fun.
That's really silly.
It's silly until you're on the receiving end of the beat.
Then that would be very silly.
Then it's a lifetime story. APT commentator for a year, is proud of himself for figuring out how a hand will be a chop.
The chopportunity.
Chopportunity.
No, you were working out the chopability.
That's like a chef.
如果你呢份當出嚟打我呢年會怎麼樣？
唔會錯，你可以唔會錯。
Shy stack does seem a bit puny compared to his opponent. Does get a bit of a clawback in the form of those 250,000 yellow bricks. But the towers upon towers of yellow lie in the stack of Jason. Once again has locked up 65,000 USD already. Looking to take it above the 70K mark. And perhaps appropriately, whoever wins this heads-up battle does end up cashing the maximum. So there you go. Despite the ICM deal, would be the winner of the trophy and the maximum prize. Always nice when that works out. Doesn't confuse the headlines tomorrow. Doesn't confuse our excellent reporting team. Speaking of our excellent reporting team, in case you haven't had the chance to do so, make sure you go check out apt.poker. You can get an update on everything that happened today, and more importantly, perhaps, follow along for all the outer tables for the events we have coming up. The Super High Roller, the main event, where for 4 days there's going to be outer tables, and if you're supporting anyone, chances are our excellent live reporting coverage will be able to give you important updates.
We're looking at almost midnight Taipei time, and the poker room is still buzzing with so many tables running right now. I think the Mystery Bounty Day 1B is still in play. And then with a bit of pocket sixes scores off versus Jack 5. Pretty cool. So Zai is drawing to 3 jacks or a bunch of clubs. Jason is way ahead with pocket sixes. So let's see the flop. Flop comes. Ace, 6, queen. Jason flops a set. There you go. 96%.
Okay.
This is it.
紅色細路。
And it's over.
It's over. Oh no, it's not.
Never mind.
It's not.
Never easy.
He's actually got more outs now.
I was
4
assuming
tens.
a non-club would mean it's over, but now it is officially over, and there you have it.
Well done, Jason. 恭喜晒，恭喜晒。
$65,000 locked up in the ICM deal. On top, we get another 7,000 and the APT National Cup trophy for Jason. GG to his opponent as well. Cheng and Shai from Taiwan walks away with 61,000 as we have Elfin talk to the winner.
国家杯来自香港 Jason 现在感觉心情如何？
还好，因为我原本没打算打这个，然后就是我朋友他们跟我讲一定要打，然后就还好，很幸运，然后没有就是这样。
现在心情有觉得特别开心吗？
有，因为很久没赢过比赛了，然后也3年多吧，然后很少打这些比较大型的交易赛，对。
所以觉得特别兴奋。
对。
那你会怎么样运用这笔奖金呢？
我原本明天要回香港的，但是我现在在想要不要带一点，我要问问我女朋友他们，然后如果待在这里就打美女杯，然后3月中就跟家人去旅行，对，因为已经一早已经订好了，所以也跟他们去，然后就我请客吧。
那你有什么话想跟你的家人还有女朋友说吗？
没有。
那么谢谢 I love you something.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Love you.
I get a trophy.
Love you.
这一次恭喜来自香港的 Jason 拿到这一次 APT 国家杯的冠军。Please hold the trophy.
So Jason, just a quick recap of what he said. He didn't intend to play the National Cup originally, but his friends was like, so many entries, you've got to get involved.
Oh, wow.
And the second point he made was he hasn't actually won an MTT for a long, long time. And it's the first time he's played something as big a field as the National Cup. He was planning to leave tomorrow, but now with the top prize money, he's considering staying and playing the main event.
Well, if I could address those points one by one, that is a good friend to convince him into playing. Clearly, his inexperience with MTTs in the past few years did not show. He absolutely crushed the final table, and I'm sure he crushed all the tables leading up to the final table. As for playing the rest of the series, that's a no-brainer. The man is walking away with $72,000. We talked about trip makers, trip savers. That's a career maker right there. I think he's doubled his all-time earnings on Hendon Mob. What an accomplishment. Well played to the man from Hong Kong, Mr. Yuan, aka Jason. And of course, well played to the runner-up finisher as well, as indeed to Chen, who was third place when they struck a deal. So, sort of a bonus coverage today, Steven. And am I glad we had that bonus coverage? We saw some very, very scintillating hands, to say the least. I'll leave it to the audience to figure out what I mean by that. But I had a blast. Any closing thoughts for the day?
Can't wait until tomorrow because it's the Super High Roller final day. We're going to start our coverage at 11:45 and we go through every hand until we see a champion. So I look forward to it.
That's not one you want to miss because it's once again a high roller, a $10,000 buy-in. We're coming off fresh from the $25,000 buy-in, but the response has been amazing. Almost 140 entries, if I remember correctly, give or take.
134, I think.
There we go. An incredible $1.2 million prize pool. It's going to be a big one. You don't want to miss it. So make sure you join us at 11:45 a.m. local time. But until then, we wish you a good night from the commentary booth. On behalf of Stephen Lai, my name is Vidar Singhal, and we will join you tomorrow.
恭喜 Jason!
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.